Hey man, what's up?
Childhood obesity in America.
Give it just a second. Okay, there we go. Hello, everybody. How's it going? I came in just a little bit blurry today, it seems, but it's all good. So, I have a slight, uh, small little minuscule confession to make. Um, I slept for like 30 minutes last night, and then I woke up and I couldn't go back to sleep. So I it was I'm starting to feel the effects now. However, I think I'm a little bit closer to finding out why exactly I have a hard time with sleep just as a concept in general. And so, that's a step in the right direction, right? Unreal, you have 809 or I'm sorry, 869.33 hours of watch time. Nice. He's also been following for 1 year, 8 months, and 25 days. GG, man, GG. First time ever trying Chipotle. Hope it's good. Typically, Chipotle is pretty good. Um, Typically it is. I've never really went and had it and it be bad. Sometimes they'll short you out on some of the ingredients, but other than that, it's not so bad. It just depends on, what you're getting exactly. Personally, I like their steak there, so I like to get their steak bowls, and those are pretty good. I know bowls aren't really the most common thing that people like to get. Uh, but honestly, the bowls hold up. They really do. I know some people, though, my brother and my mom, they like to get the burrito, and they seem to enjoy it too. So, the candy is out of stock. So yes, the candy is out of stock. I don't know when I'll be able to make it to the store to get some. When, if possibly, I, you know, I live pretty much in the middle of nowhere, so I pretty much the nearest store to me is Walmart, and it's kind of like 40 minutes away from me. So I don't have candy, but I do have sugar packets, and if absolutely necessary, I will take them. However, uh there's not very many of them. So I am going to request that we refrain from spamming candy today. uh I slept for less than 2 hours and then worked 6 to 2. I need to learn to go to sleep. Your body is supposed to fall into a natural rhythm, but what I'm kind of finding with mine is I've got something possibly wrong uh with my body that's making it so it's producing the wrong stuff at the wrong time. So one of the things I've came across, because somebody in my family has this problem where randomly he just collapses, like just full on body just drops. Uh, and so it's interesting, but he also has problems sleeping. And then I started looking up some of my symptoms and cross-referenced it with another thing, and it's a genetic. It's genetically passed down, so maybe it's dormant in my mom or dad, and that's why we didn't find it until both of us are having issues. But I get very tired very quickly, um, and so uh like for example, there's times where I probably have almost fallen asleep on stream or have fallen asleep on stream. You guys probably see me blanking out looking at the screen for who knows how long. Sometimes that's the thing that happens, and so I believe it's called. Let me double check the naming on it. I don't. I had a hard time reading it. It was late at night, so uh narcolepsy. That's what I was looking at. And so, basically, the best way I can describe it is there's a couple of versions of it out there, and it's hard to tell which one you have unless you have a certain symptom. But even then, that could be from something else. So, basically, what it does is it either creates or doesn't create uh certain cells in your body, and so it makes it so sometimes you can't sleep, sometimes you can't, and sometimes you get excessively sleepy. Like the stuff that makes you stay awake, like those cells. Uh, Supposedly, basically, what's happening is when I get that tired, it's probably because those cells are just not present at whatever point in time. And you can get this condition from, you know, concussions and uh, tumors and actual physical ailments and stuff. But then there's also if it's genetics, and if it's genetic, well, you're screwed. You're stuck with it the rest of your life. There are there are also oh, what was I gonna say there? There's also shoot. I was gonna say something else that was kind of like really interesting about it, but yeah, I did some research, um, and that's one of the possibilities because considering my brother has like the more severe, seemingly, I'm not gonna straight out say he does have it 'cause he hasn't gotten a diagnosis, but seemingly to me, that's the only reason your body would just do that. Um, collapsing on the ground isn't normal. So, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that he probably has it. And if he's got it, there's a good chance I've probably got it, just considering some of my other conditions. Now I haven't collapsed, but I do get the muscle weakness and the other stuff that a lot of other people get that have it. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say for certain that I do or don't have it. I got to go to a doctor to get it tested, and basically, from my understanding, they're not going to want to give me that diagnosis until they've done a whole bunch of other things. So it would be a long road to find it. But if that's what it is, then, there's this really powerful medicine that basically is so potentially dangerous that it's actually restricted, especially in the US. Um, and so, um, yeah, like I'd be taking that 2 times a day, and basically from what I could, oh my gosh, okay, I don't even remember having that many mending books in there. What the heck? Okay, um, shoot, what was I gonna say? But yeah, so I probably need a diagnosis before I can actually claim it, but it's a long road to find out if you actually have it. Insurance is a pain in the butt, so it may happen, it may not. I don't know. 1 diamond per half a stack. We'll take a full stack there and a full stack here. Okay. Um, let's just catch up here on chat. My guy is living like Courage the Cowardly Dog. Thank you. I think. Hi Bionics, welcome on in. I love recessive genes. I know all about those from biology. They're an interesting topic that, I never really found myself needing to even think about for myself, but it would make sense because it's happened for basically myself and my older brother, one of my older brothers. And it only really happened for me. It started getting very, very progressively worse as I got closer and closer to 18. And now I'm getting even older. It seems to be that, it seems to be like it's causing more and more issues. So I'm wondering if it does show up with age, which would, if he's got it and I've got it, chances are my other brother probably also has it. My other two brothers. So, uh, I might talk to my mom and see what she thinks about the possibility of it. But it's definitely a questionable thing. It may or may not be real. Well, not necessarily real, but it may or may not be present in my body. So we'll see. Um, what's happening? What is wrong? Oh, the cells that make you taller. I wish I had a lot of those. I wish I had a lot more of those left in me, man. My growth plate, my beloved. Um, I saw someone that looked like you yesterday. I was golfing and the person in front of us looked a lot like you. They hit the ball really far. You know how I know it wasn't you? Did they happen to look like they were in their 80s? New mining quest, new kill quest, and new bacon quest from the pets. Let's check them out. Let's check them out. All right. So you said there is a new mining quest. Chill pill mine 350 packed ice for Frostwalker 2. And then there is a new kill quest, which is it Nether Hunter? Possibly. Yes. Okay. Kill all Nether mobs for a Nether star and fire protection for you get 4 of those. It is not repeatable. And then you said a pet quest, which is Baconator. Kill all pig mobs, eat 32 pork chops, and collect pig step. That is beautiful. New ones go at the end except for pets. Awesome. Well, I like the Baconator. That's actually a really good quest. I like it. I like that one a lot. We're at 93. 93 quests in total so far. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Oh, yes, new ones got the end. They had a girlfriend. Hashtag single for life. See, it's not that I want to be single for life. It's just I am very picky when it comes to relationships. So the thing about relationships, right? Uh, it's not that I don't want one. It's just you gotta be willing to keep looking and never settle. Um, you gotta know your worth. Don't overestimate your worth, but know your worth. Don't pick somebody that's a fixer upper just because they look nice. Um, but yeah, I you know one day, my mom may not be happy with the progress that I have gotten in that regard. Which I could tell you guys some stories about that, but I don't think I should because, well, actually, let me check. I mean, I could talk about it. I could talk about it. I'll think about it. Um, I guess if I don't name names, it would be okay. I'll think about it. I, um, I'm gonna do something special for number 100. Not sure what yet. Maybe a limited time one. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. Are you gonna do one of the quests? I might. To be honest, quests aren't really my thing. Like, they do give me something to do, but I already have so much to do. Like, back in the old seasons when I didn't want to do what I had planned already, I would just go through and do some achievements. You know, go on a little bit of an advancement hunt, which, some of our quests are based off of these. So I'd still do those. But I'm kind of thinking right now I really need to get that mountain range under control and underway because otherwise we're going to be at the end of the season and I'm not going to have a mountain range completed and I would be very sad. I'd be very, very sad. But they are still fun. It is fun to do the quests. It's just I've got other really, really important tasks ahead of me. For the most part, quests are just alternative ways to get things. That is true. So, for those of you who haven't seen the quest rewards and stuff, so for example, player kill quests, it's just getting enchantments and stuff, basically. Or killing the Ender Dragon to get an elite shrub. We did that mostly for the sake of people who are joining late and, probably can't go to an end city because they've all been looted. So that's kind of why that one exists. Um, Alternative ways to get things is pretty well the best way to do most of it, in my opinion. And I mean, I do have some of the passive quests going, like mine 500 of any type of ore, or I think I have another one somewhere. Don't I? Uh, oh yeah, kill 500 skeletons. And then you can only have two. So yeah, I have those two. For the most part, like last season, it was just rewards like diamonds and netherite, which was lame. Yeah. This season, there's a lot more to it. So now you can get certain custom items, or you can get a rank if you don't already have a rank, or um, if you do have a rank, sometimes it gives you a special rank, one that it gives you some permissions and stuff. Then there's pets, which I keep forgetting that we even have it as a feature. But yeah, we have pets. They're completely cosmetic. You can't do anything to them, but they exist. They do exist. Can you feed Geraldo Menendez? I could, but there's not a whole lot of point other than to just say I did. Um, so I want the reward to be interesting and unique to each quest, and they don't all have to be useful at the same time, but some will make really annoying niche items easier to get, like Frostwalker. Like, no one needs that ever, but in case you do. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it as well. Those items that nobody ever needs, make those quest items, honestly, because people will need them eventually, or you only need it once. Um, Let me think. What are we up to? I was gonna do something. It wasn't just gonna be go build a mountain, but I might just go do that at this point because I can't remember. Um, yeah. So I haven't quite made my goals for this month. I literally right as stream was on the starting soon screen, I opened up my goals for last month just to see where I was. I am completely off on my trajectory, but it's okay because you know what? We're here to have fun. So, uh, I think my goals this month for King SMP anyway is one, we're gonna have that meeting at the end of the week. Uh, if that time doesn't work for a whole bunch of you guys, I can move it. I just kind of picked a random time slot just so we could, uh, be ready. At least during some point during Saturday. I know it has to be on Saturday. I just don't know when. Um, oh gosh, I'm just realizing how busy this week is about to be. So I've got to make like 7 videos, and I have approximately 2 days to do at least two of them. Uh, New goals session. I mean, we could do some goals if you guys want me to go ahead and write out some of them with you. I mean, I don't mind writing out those things. Like, they're fun. I enjoy sharing what I'm planning with you guys because I think it holds me more accountable to actually get it done. But also at the same time, I know that's not everybody's cup of tea. When I join the server, can I have them? Yeah, absolutely, man. You're the one that requested him in the first place, so I don't. He's probably in better care with you. I've got to say. Let's go. Um, Stream stage. Yeah, I can open up a stream stage here in a little bit. Give me just a couple of minutes here. So over the weekend, my friend Alias was doing her 50-hour stream, which was a lot of fun. I was really glad to be able to help out with it. And I definitely, probably, most likely, overdid it on the one day that I was supposed to take over for the night. So I believe, let's see, it went from 4 o'clock to 11, so 7 hours is how long I took over for. I don't remember I think I only had to get up a couple of times to take care of other things, but I sat down for pretty much 7 hours straight, and we played some different games over there. We uh, we did a lot of talking, um, and it was a lot of fun. I'm not gonna say I'm going to do a 50-hour stream anytime soon, but having been a part of that, it was a lot of fun. It is a little bit tempting uh, to even just think about it, but it is a lot. It is a lot, and seeing the toll it can take on people is a little bit concerning at times. Not to say that, uh, you know, I fear. I mostly fear the possibility of like having an off day all of a sudden and then that just throwing me off for the rest of the stream. Like I wouldn't want that. So 50-hour stream, I'm not throwing it out there as a possibility yet, but the concept interests me. But first, we got to make the 24-hour stream. After that we can talk about it. Let's see. The 50-hour lasted 3 days. Yes, it did. It did. Luckily, it all ended yesterday. Otherwise, well, I guess it was this morning, really, that it ended. If it didn't end, though, I think we would have all been so tired, because I wasn't intending to stay up all night. And then I was gonna go to sleep, and then next thing I know, I made my bed. I lay down, I fall asleep, and then not even 30 minutes later, I wake up again, and I cannot fall back to sleep. I felt like I had just been like, I felt like somebody had just injected espresso right into my veins. I was running on pure caffeine, and it didn't come from anywhere. Like it was great. I had adrenaline or something. I don't know. Uh, Well, I'm glad I didn't miss the end because I would have been bummed. But I was gonna go to sleep at a reasonable time. I believe it was like 2 or 3 o'clock that I crawled into my bed, and the next thing I know, boom, I'm awake again, and I stayed up till I believe it was around about 6, maybe 7. It was somewhere in between those two. I accidentally fell asleep for about like 30 minutes. And then I laid down uh, and played some games on my phone because I couldn't really record because I try to be courteous of my family members. I don't want them to get annoyed with me being loud at early morning hours or late night hours. So that's precisely why stream happens exactly when it happens. It's just the most convenient time, I think, for them and for me. But it does unfortunately mean that sometimes I don't get to do the things I need to do. Also, I'm realizing I have chat in the wrong place. You guys are supposed to be over there. There we go. Caffeine does this exact opposite for me, because I have ADHD. Interesting. You see, I have a friend who has that problem where, the exact opposite for him. Coffee will put him to sleep. Now he doesn't have ADHD though, which is interesting. So I don't know where exactly his comes from, but it has bothered me to no end that he can just drink coffee late at night because he wants to. And it's like, man, I want coffee right now, but it's like, it's 12:30. I gotta go to sleep in a couple hours. Also, hello, Memer. How's it going? I don't know if I welcomed you in just a second ago or not. I can't remember. Dementia, iced coffee or hot coffee. I prefer iced coffee. So on most nights and days, for that matter, I drink iced coffee. It's just my preference. However, I do also like a hot coffee if available. If it's for breakfast, especially, hot coffees tend to be uh, a little a little more preferred, I think, at least. I see that ad time memer. How long of an ad time would you like? The music and sound stage is nice and peaceful. 3 minutes. All right, you got it, man. I will go ahead and send that out to you guys. Blame memer, not me. This is not my fault. There is now an ad time in effect for 180 seconds. Hashtag blame memer. Okay, let me go and get that sound stage started up now that I'm thinking about it. There we go. Okay, sound stage is started. I'm too good. I don't watch ads. It's the benefit of being a sub, man. I need to, I want to eventually get around to finding more benefits I can give the subscribers. But I'm trying to figure it out myself. And it's hard to come up with stuff. I'm going to try to get tier 2 or tier 3 next time. Jeez. Man, what the heck? That's not necessary. You don't need to do that, man. There's no emotes for those that are exclusive. I mean, I appreciate it, but you don't have to. You don't have to do it. Hey, you know what would be very good? Lowering ad time prices. I could, but it used to be so spammed that I felt like it was kind of getting stale. The more people kept doing ad time and stuff. Speaking of candy, now that you mentioned it, Mr. Six, let me quickly turn it back on. I don't have candy, so I'm gonna ask that we don't redeem a bunch of it today. I have sugar packets, okay? Lovely McDonald's sugar packets. I will down this if somebody redeems the candy. However, yeah, it's just pure sugar. It's just pure sugar. And I only have 3 of the packets. So yeah, we're kind of we're on slim pickings here. Otherwise I don't know what else I'm gonna do. I don't really have much else. So yeah, just straight sugar. Hello Swiftu, how's it going? Welcome on in. May the poor cry and the unrich weep. Yeah, I have 3 sugar packets. I had an iced coffee Sunday. So yesterday, I had an iced coffee and I picked up some sugar packets to consider throwing in the to throw in my coffee, and then I didn't put them in there, and I was like, well, you know what? I can actually use these for stream instead because I needed to do something to replace the candy, and I didn't have candy, so McDonald's was the next best bet. Imagine being at McDonald's and seeing you steal a handful of sugar packets. I didn't steal it. I did purchase a coffee there. You guys make it sound like it's a you guys make it sound like it's a bad thing. I or get Amazon Prime. What about Amazon Prime? Speaking of Amazon Prime, for those of you who don't know, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can link it with your Twitch account, and it gives you a free sub every month. Now you do have to renew it manually yourself, so if you happen to like being around here, ad-free viewing on Amazon because of your free Prime sub. So consider using it here if you'd like. It would mean a lot to us. All right, now that I got my little spiel out of the way, let's go back to mountain building. I will commit mass genocide. I mean, you're not the first person to. So I mean, pop off, I guess, but also L. At least you tried, Turn it on. Turn what on? The candy redeem? It's on. It's on. I don't know. I think there might be a timer on it. Let me double check. Let's see. Viewer rewards, channel points, open. Where's the candy? Candy is here. Okay, it's on a 5-minute cooldown. Okay. So Memer, I'm gonna go ahead and eat this sugar packet. Give me like 1 second here. I gotta open it. I don't know if I'm ready for this, really. Because, I mean, there is a lot of sugar in here. Alright. Oh. It's like sand. It's so much like sand. Chew it. I am. It feels like wet sand just running across my tongue. I don't know how I feel about that. Nothing's ever gonna taste sweet again after that. Mm. The person who gave me a job, they still haven't gave me a review, but like they said they like my energy and me and would help me fix it if it's bad. Hey, that's a plus. Where did the chest come from? I'm assuming it's Bionics, considering he stood on my on the chest. But we'll check it out here in a second. Diabetes speedrun Shuit. I know it's like King will never be the same. Never the same. Not after that. Okay. I'm scared to look at what this might be. Bamboo. Yep. My man might have a slight problem. But you know what this means. Yeah, exactly. 1.20. Let's go. Auto farm. Yes. Auto farming bamboo is actually surprisingly easy. 2 shulkers in 30 minutes. Not bad. Not bad at all. What will one do with all this bamboo? Oh. I mean, I can see some possible builds coming the way with these new blocks. I'm not a huge fan of the bamboo wood, but the back rooms I see. Understandable. Another packet of sugar. Okay. Okay, we'll do it. No? What do you mean no? I can't just not. Unless you want me to refund it. You already did. Yeah. But here's the thing. Mima redeemed a candy. This is your redeem. See, I have 2 more sugar packets. You already did it. I was paying for the one you already did. Memer already paid for that one. So, this is a free one from you. Like, or not a free one, but yeah, Memer paid for the other one, so this one is a new one. I can refund you if you want. Uh, I'm okay to eat another packet. Like, okay, can I say when? As long as nobody tries to chain it, I'm okay with it. There's a whole reason why there is a cooldown is so I don't have to like eat 10,000 pieces of candy all at once. Artery failure. I mean, I'm cool with that if that's how you guys want me to die. But just understand that it's not my fault that I'm dead. Okay, let me come up here. You already know what the magic word is then? Yes. Yes, I do. Okay. So we're going to kind of finish up this peak here, and then we'll connect the two, and we should be good. Talking about pizza's death? What? Oh, Pizza Pro. Oh. Oh, buddy. Oh, no. Rip. Bro, I don't like that. So yeah, today I think we're going to kind of build some mountains, and then we might possibly work on the village that I needed to be working on, like, a while ago. I might do some work over there. We'll see. I'm kind of tempted to, but I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing half the time when I'm on it. So like spawn protection that kills you or what? Somebody might have claimed a chunk and you're entering it and it's killing you. That's probably what's happening. Um if you're just randomly dying. But yeah, Unreal's gonna have to help you with that because he's gonna know more. You should do the cinnamon challenge on stream when you reach the 1,000 follower mark. So I actually used to do the cinnamon challenge before it was cool. I enjoy cinnamon. I love it. And what I found out was later on that people just did it because of the challenge and the danger aspect and whatever. I love cinnamon though. I used to eat that by the spoonful. It was fun. Again, Unreal's gonna have to be the one to help you with it. I'm streaming right now. I got my thing. He's here. He's just doing quest things. So give him a minute, and he can help you. Even if your items do despawn, he can still help you get them back. It won't take him long. No bad words on stream. Okay, let's take a look at this. But yeah, I am a casual cinnamon. I am a casual cinnamon challenge doer. Um, However, you do have to be careful because if you do inhale it, and then begin to choke, it's not fun. So don't do that. I'm not actually legally allowed to encourage people to do it. I think, since it is technically a dangerous activity, but I don't know if I'm allowed to do it on Twitch or not. I'll have to look into it. I may or may not be able to. Technically, I'm pretty sure you can do something like that. Also, don't snort cinnamon, kids. I feel like there's a story here, Memer, and I'm too scared to ask. Hello, Fade Off. Welcome on in. Wow, the mountains are looking good. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm doing my best. I can't wait to add the snow, the dirt, the andesite. Uh, it's gonna look so good. I'm gonna add a couple of trees in certain areas. I want to make one section, so I'll show you guys kind of what I'm thinking. So over here, um, so the whole mountain range in and of itself is going to, have multiple layers. This is just layer one of probably 3 or 4, but the next couple of them will be easy enough. What's okay? That's just a different hole. Okay, but the next couple of them are gonna be pretty easy. It's just about adding some more peaks and stuff. Um, but yeah. So I'm kind of thinking of adding like a nice little, almost like a Zen garden type of thing in this area when 1.20 comes out, to have like the cherry groves. Um, but in order to do that, I in order to actually do that, I need to spend some time and plan it out just a little better. But I'm getting there. I am. It's just gonna take some time. Okay. Uh, we're about to get DDoSed again, by the way. Ah, nice. Okay, that's great. Whatever. Whatever floats their boat, I guess. I thought we were. Nah. Some people just take a while. It's all good, man. My man's account is 3 hours old. Ah. I mean, the opportunity is there, but I doubt it. I'm doubtful. The guy, I think he just wants to play some Minecraft and chill. Let's see. How am I gonna? Gotta see. Probably something like this. There we go. Wait, how do you find that out? Is that mod feature? I'm pretty sure it's a mod feature, but you can also do, I believe, this command. And I can find out how old your account is, or, yeah, there you go. But I think for moderators, we can check when it's made, but by default, it's not shown to regular viewers. A 2 years, let's go. I should have gone the other way. Oh well. Oh wow, I'm trying to I'm trying to think about it, and the realization of how long I've been on Twitch is a long time. My account, I think, how old is it? Let's find out. My account was made almost 5 years ago. I've been on Twitch for a good while. Um, Now I only started streaming about what, 2 years ago. We're coming up on 2 year anniversary. Um, so we'll see. We'll see if I can do anything special for that occasion. I kind of thought about doing like a subathon, but then I was like, I don't know, because what's gonna end up happening is we're gonna be so close that uh 1,000 followers is gonna happen sometime around August, is my guess, which is when I started streaming. So it's gonna be right around my 2-year anniversary, and then you know, I might just have to combine the two events. We'll see. 271.50 hours of watch time. Jeez. Um, People already used all the boats. What the heck? Okay. They deposit them at the end and don't return them. Ah, okay. I see. That makes sense, I guess. Or just take them. Okay. Oh, how do I want to go about this? I'm trying to think of block placement and all that good stuff. So one thing I kind of learned while helping with that 50-hour stream was to not really be too concerned about viewer retention rate when it's happening, because like that's the biggest thing that goes through my mind is I don't think I could keep it interesting for you guys while I'm you know sitting here playing whatever game. However, at especially as you get later into the night, people care a whole lot less about you know what you're up to or what you're saying. They just are there to chill. So as long as you have some fun music going on, it's honestly not that big of a deal. What does exclamation mark lurk do? All it does is it just lets me know that you're currently not participating in chat. You're here, but you're not. I You may not be listening or whatever, but you're still clicked into the stream, and you're counted as a viewer by Twitch. It doesn't do anything official with Twitch. It's just something to let me know that you're around and you're doing things. How does this look? Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. Um, okay. I'm starting to feel the remember that tiredness I was talking to you guys about earlier. It starts very slowly and it comes in and I notice like I have a hard time with my left nostril when it starts. Um where it kind of just dies. And so I actually can't I'm having a hard time, breathing through that side, but I can still breathe. Like it's weird. I just typically convert to being a mouth breather sometimes when that happens. Um, but King's a convertible. I am a convertible. um, I can't say that. That would have been really bad. I can't say that. But it was gonna be funny. It was an extension to the joke. But uh, it's fine. It's fine. So are you going to make a ring with the mountain? So I don't really think I'm gonna do a ring. I might do maybe a half ring though. So I'll kind of just show you what it is over here. But yeah, I can feel my body kind of slowing down, and it'll probably do this over the course of maybe the next 5, 7 minutes or so, unless I can get something to snap my brain back into reality. Uh, Even though I know it's happening, I can't stop it. That's the worst part. Even if I'm standing, I've been known to fall asleep standing. I Because of this. I didn't know at the time that this was a problem, but so this is one end of the mountain range, and what it's gonna do is it's kind of gonna go all the way around like this. So it should be about uh, I guess it'd be about a uh half circle, semicircle. We're not really even that close to finishing it though, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, typically the first sign that I know it's coming up is I notice my left nostril, and then typically it's either my arms, fingers, or toes, one of those. I get very tired, and then from there on, it's just the entire body is slowly, slowly, slowly just turning off, like system by system. It's like a light switch, I or more like a breaker box. I don't know how many of you guys have ever flipped breaker switches, but you ever have to swap them all off or all back on. It's kind of like that. It turns them off one by one, and I just slowly, slowly start to get more and more tired until there's a point in the stream where I stop talking, and then I slowly start leaning, and then I wake up, basically. It feels like I'm waking up, but I didn't really sleep. Because it happened over the course of maybe 2 or 3 seconds, but to me it felt way longer. Um, which is kind of the thing about this disorder, disease, condition. I don't know what it's really called or what it's classified under, but when I can get I've been known to have sleep paralysis. That is also a thing that you get with this, and I don't know how many of you guys have experienced sleep paralysis, but the hallucinations you can get, man, they can be wild. I've had sleep paralysis at least 2 or 3 times, and my younger brother has had it at least once, and I believe my older brother, the one that has some of those other symptoms, has had it a couple of times as well. So now that I'm mentioning that, I'm starting to realize perhaps um perhaps there's actually some genetic thing here involved. I may have just cured or not cured. I may have just found out the solution to our problem, and you know we're gonna have a really awesome medicine. I think it's called, like, what is it? Sodium. It's sodium. Uh, I don't remember what it's sodium, and then the next word starts with O. Chloride, not quite. The next one starts with O. It might be sodium oxybate. Is that right? Hang on, we're gonna find out. Um. Okay. So narcolepsy, right? Oxybate, sodium oxybate. Uh, it is a very tightly controlled drug, though. And basically, um, when you take it, uh, the doctor tells you to take it while you're basically laying in bed because it works so fast. But what it's supposed to do is it's supposed to start helping your brain regulate itself a little better. And so you take it and then you sleep, and you take it like twice a day, I think every day. And if you miss a dosage, you're just supposed to skip it because it's so deadly if you get off schedule with it. Um, like if you take it too close to each other, it can really it can kill you. I mean, I don't mean to sound dramatic, but it will kill you if you take it too close to each other. Seizures, strokes, heart. Was it heart arrhythmia or was it heart failure? One of them, maybe both of them. I don't know. I mean, I think it's probably both. I guess heart failure and heart arrhythmia can kind of go together, but they're not the same. Be right back. All right, sounds good, Pizza Pro. Um, but yeah, it's a really cool medicine, but man, is it scary if you're having to take it because of all the possibilities that it can cause. And you know, can I make an orange juice shop? I mean, if you have orange juice, I guess. You're gonna have to find a venue. So you can either pick one of the tents and purchase the rights to use it, or you're gonna have to put in a form to build your own shop. But there's no guarantee of acceptance on that. But I would recommend buying a market stall, like what Unreal said. How much is it? It's like what, 8 diamonds or something like that. It's not that bad. Um, it may be even cheaper than that. I don't remember. 5 diamonds for a small one, 10 for a big one. Okay, so I picked the median. I picked the median price. Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it, Mr. Six. You should put waterfall to lead to the other side when it's done, of course. Dude, I would love that. Make like a little bat cave inside or something. I don't know. Let me just buy all of them. Oh well, time to grind. Just go mining. So now you're shoveling salt down your throat instead of sugar. I mean, yeah, that'll be what will happen most likely. I mean, I well, not really, but you know, the worst part about that medicine though is so for one, they can either put you on that medicine. There's a couple of other options. Let me see. So they'll use wakefulness medication, and that's typically the first line of treatment. And so, wakeful medicine, it's modafinil or armod armodafinil, maybe. I don't know. Words are hard. Medicines are even harder. This medicine just stimulates your nervous system and kind of stops you from being sleepy during the daytime. And then you can take amphetamines and solutions similar to it. Antidepressants are another one that they recommend. And then there's also histamine affecting drugs, which I don't think I'm allowed to take because I take antihistamines for allergies. So I don't know. I think those two would clash, but the worst part is getting diagnosed. So there are 4 ways to get diagnosed with it. With this disease. I'm gonna call it a disease. I don't know what it is. I guess a disease is not quite what it is. It's a condition. That's what we're gonna call it. It's a condition. So there's the sleep study, which could show up possibly that you're just not sleeping okay. Um, However, that can mean a lot of things. So then they're going to go down the wrong rabbit hole and go down something else, unless you can specifically request something. But they do the sleep study to also rule out the possibility of sleep apnea. Then there's multiple sleep latency tests, which basically just means, are you prone to falling asleep during the daytime? And they'll do it based on times that you should be sleeping and times that you shouldn't be sleeping, from my understanding anyway. So, they'll go, can taking a nap help you? If naps don't help you, then, they can kind of see from there. Uh, then there's the maintenance wakeful test, which is they'll put you through some situations where you shouldn't be able to sleep and then situations where you should be able to sleep. And just see how your mind reacts to that and stuff. And if you're able to fall asleep during the hard times, it's a little questionable. Then there's also another one of spinal tap. Now, if you guys don't know what a spinal tap is, this is terrifying to me, which is why I really, really hope the other ones would just be enough for them. So they don't always use this one because it's not a super helpful. But this will be used to determine if your orexin levels are low in your CSF. And so that's how they diagnose type 1 narcolepsy. So if your orexin levels are low, you have type 1. If you have type 2, your orexin levels don't change. You just have the symptoms. So if you have type 2, you're screwed when you get the spinal tap because you got it for no reason. If you have type 1, though, then, you at least find out very quickly that your orexin levels are low. I think there's a couple of other tests, because they have to rule out, some of your symptoms being linked to other things like atonic seizures and whatnot. Like, it's an interesting thing that I studied all night last night, or this morning, I guess, because I was like, wait, do I have this? I don't know if I do or not. I hope I don't, because I don't have, like, the really severe symptoms. But, my brother, he's starting to show some of the more severe ones. And they said, when you turn 30, that the symptoms become more and more prevalent. And, I'm getting closer to 30. I'm 10 years away, 11 years away. And I think he might be 30. I don't remember. He's old. That's the important part. And so, there's reasonable belief here for me to say that, it's possible. And you want to know the best part about it all is the reason I I even started looking up my symptoms to try to find out what it might be. So I looked up you know, this is gonna sound so stupid, and now I'm gonna get get put away when I say this. I looked up the symptoms of going insane or crazy. And the reason I did this was for a very good reason, I believe. Uh, imagine me and I'm awake at 3 in the morning, and next thing you know, you hear about the most beautiful song you've ever heard. You cannot find the source of said song. You're not even wearing headphones, so you can't blame it on being somewhere on the computer. You are sitting alone in a dark room. Your phone is upstairs. Your watch is upstairs. There is no device on you. The only device is Alexa, and Alexa is off. And you hear this song. It's a song you've never heard before, but it is a song nonetheless. And, I'm jealous that I'll never get to hear the song again, but it freaked me out so bad. So I was like, am I actually going insane or something? So then I had to look up some of the, causes for auditory hallucinations, which, surprise, surprise, narcolepsy showed up, and that's how I got set up on the whole thing. And I mean, it's not the only reason for auditory hallucinations. I mean, there's a lot of other ones, but when you show auditory hallucination, you have the daytime sleepiness and the nighttime wakefulness, and then you have you know, it's very concerning. It's very, very concerning. You know, and it's even worse that this started showing up because people aren't going to believe me when I tell them this. It only started happening after I watched the Moon Knight TV show, which is literally about a schizophrenic superhero. Like, it doesn't get much more coincidental than that. Uh, imagine, imagine a TV show waking up your schizophrenia. That's comforting, isn't it? Now I don't think I have schizophrenia. That is very, very, very much a stretch. If I do have it, it's such a light amount that it would not be diagnosable, in my opinion. Plus, I wouldn't tell you guys if I had it because then you guys would go, "Oh, King, did you see that?" It's like, okay, I know my chat. You guys would mess with me so hard if I did have it. Or I go, "Did you guys hear that sound?" And you're gonna be like, "What sound?" I'd be so mad. But it would be funny. Don't get me wrong. I would do it too if I were in your situation, guys. But um, if I did have it, I know I would not tell you guys. But yeah, I watched up until I guess episode 4 of Moon Knight. And it's a good show, kind of. It's not my favorite. It's got some interesting concepts though, and I'm interested to see them continue on with it. It's been out for half a year now, I think. Um, and so I've been watching it with my younger brother. And it's a little bit concerning the amount of times I find myself relating to some of these characters. So recently, I've been watching a show called Dexter. Now, I can't recommend it to most of you guys because I think all of you are under 18. But for those of you who are over the age of 18, it is a great show. Um, Unfortunately, there is some scenes in it where it's like, yeah, I can't uh, really say much about that. However, I can tell you this much: it is a good show. It's about a serial killer who kills other serial killers because they deserve it, and I find myself relating to this serial killer who kills serial killers. Uh, yeah, it's a little bit concerning because I've been finding myself relating to the crazy ones in the TV shows. Um, is this the King crazy arc? I don't know. I don't know, man, but it could be. I mean, psychosis is only a temporary problem. But, when you have dementia plus, like, apparently, possibly other very bad diseases that could, cause a whole lot of problems for you. It's very concerning. And the best part about it all is this is all happening during Men's Mental Health Month. If you're a man out there with mental health, which I think every man out here has some amount of mental health, hang in there, homies. Don't ask how I know it's Men's Mental Health Month. I got a notification for it, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. Like, I I I don't remember what day it is half the time. Yesterday I thought it was Monday, and I almost started streaming. I was like, wait a minute, today was Sunday. Hey, welcome on in, Dennis. How's it going? Could I join the SMP? Absolutely. Anybody is welcome to join. The server is up 24/7. There is a whole lot to do, and we'd be glad to have you on with us. If you're Bedrock or Java, you're welcome in. Just please note, uh, just please note that Bedrock does take a little bit more work to get on. So if you're on Java, easy. If you're on Bedrock, let us know. We can kind of give you some more direct instructions if you're on like a console or something. I'm Java best, haha. Let's go, Java for the win. Yes, sir.
Hello there.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, man. I like you. Thank you. I happen to like myself pretty well as well. But yes, today we're building some mountains. I guess I should probably show you around a little bit. So I've been building this mountain range for the past what, 2 weeks or so. It's a big mountain range. This is just layer 1 of, I believe, 3, maybe 4. We're not halfway there yet. We might get to the halfway point today, but it'll get over here, and then we'll let it die out into the water, which I'm really excited about. If I can at least get layer 1 done, I'll be happy. So that's what I've got going on today, but we might do something over here. I don't know if Unreal will be down to help me or not, but I have this fishing village I've been really, really, really wanting to build. So I'm hoping that I can get this going at some point. It's just a small project, you know, but I need like some ideas really for it, because like other than the docks and the boats and I don't really know what style I'm gonna go with for the houses. I'm kind of thinking more oh, what was that town called? I'm trying to think of a town that has a similar architecture. I'm kind of thinking like dark and worn down sort of town. It is very much a fishing village by the water. The wood is drenched, and medieval. It's gonna be very close to a medieval build, for sure. That gets very boring, right? Building something very big, at least. When I build something big and it takes longer than 1 week, after that it gets boring. I mean, I see what you mean. I don't really get necessarily tired of building though. So for example, this tower here, I had a lot of fun building it. I just ran out of ideas, so that's kind of why it ended up ending so quickly. I was gonna have a 3rd and a 4th layer. I still haven't even really finished it. I just needed to get done with it for a little bit. But it took me probably, gosh, 3 weeks, maybe 4 even. I don't know. It took me a while to build this. Same thing with this village over here. It's nothing incredible to look at. It just took me an incredible amount of time to build. You know. So I'm hoping that, the mountains won't take quite as long. But if they do, it'll be worth it. I just need, let's see, I have about 5 more villages I need to build for me to call the area really complete. But I'm building the mountains mainly as a section, as a sectioner. So there's a build over there, or right there, I'm sorry. And I saw it and I was like, oh, that's kind of in a bad position for me. So I was going to build the mountain to block it off, and then here I am, and I don't know what went through my mind when I was like, yeah, let's just make it go all the way around. Mountain's looking good, thank you, I appreciate it. How many homes can I set? So by default, is it 1 by default? Okay. So by default, there's 1, and then you can get ranks from doing a quest. So if you do /quests, you can go to the name tag on there and press rank quests, and then there's dedicated, dedicated, and super dedicated. If you do super dedicated, I believe it gives you access to more homes. It gives you 3. Okay. And then I think, is there another one that gives you more homes? No. We probably need to get one that lets you do 5. I don't know what it would be though, so we'll have to wait and see. Does anyone have an enchantment table I could have or borrow? I know when we do the library, we're gonna put a community enchantment table, but that's kind of like a little ways off. Should be at least 2 to start, and dedicated should be 4. That is an interesting thought. It would give you everybody a lot more to work with, that's for sure. Alternatively, I believe VIPs and subs get 3. So if you sit around and watch for a lot of time, you'll get points on my channel, and you can buy VIP with that. I believe the current set for VIP is 100,000, or is it 75,000? I'm sorry, it feels like forever since I've streamed. 75k. So 75k to get VIP, and then if you get gifted a sub, even if you don't pay for it, if you get gifted a sub, that also can give you a it can also give you a rank. Here's your dab jam. Welcome on in. I'm sorry, guys. I'm being hit with that wave of tired again. I'm feeling it really aggressively in my the upper portion of my head, my forehead. There we go. It's like the muscles in my forehead are just like non-existent almost. That's like the best way I can put it. You don't even feel them fall asleep or just cease to function, or you don't feel like you can't move them. They just feel like they don't exist, which is terrifying. Absolutely. But from what I've learned, it's not really dangerous unless you're falling. So just don't fall. But that used to be my best way to stop myself with getting tired, was I was just going to stand up and stuff. But now that I'm learning, like, the possibility of falling is increased exponentially with this condition that I may or may not have, I want to always throw it out there. I am not saying I definitely have it. I'm just making sure everybody knows I don't have anything medically diagnosed. I can diagnose myself with a lot of problems that I think I have, but I can't say with full certainty. Not yet, anyway. But, narcolepsy, am I right? Speaking of narcolepsy, this is in no way related to it. I need to get up and get some water. So I'm gonna be right back. This has been your segue into me getting my, be right back screen put up on, for all to see. I need to make some new be right back screens, and, starting soon screen. I want to make one for King SMP soon. And then I want to make a new ending screen for some games. I've got a whole lot of things that I want to do, but I just don't have the time to do it yet. So when 1.20 comes out and I get all those videos recorded, we might be able to start backlogging some work. We'll see. Yeah. Somebody remind me about talking about Parkinson's law. Because it was actually a really awesome concept that I kind of learned a little bit about before stream as well. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I am back, everybody. Sorry about the wait. So I was supposed to talk to you guys about what Parkinson's law, I believe. This links back to how I've been spending my day. I so Parkinson's law. Yeah, my favorite lawn. Oh yeah, you're right. So Parkinson's law is basically, the law in which it determines how much time and effort you need to put into something. And so, the longer period of time you put less effort in the long run. Where if you make it a shorter deadline, you're going to put more effort into it. And so it's a very helpful thing if you're a procrastinator to kind of learn more about this law. And I will fully admit I am definitely one of them. But in this example this guy was using, he was like, so, if you're a YouTube video maker, for example, and you're trying to, uh, you know, schedule out your videos and stuff, you shouldn't be looking at it from a point of you have, a week to make something. Or that you have 5 videos you want to record this week. Make it that you want to record one video every weekday. And he goes, and make sure that's a firm deadline for you, because otherwise you're not going to get around to doing it. You're just going to keep putting it off, and it's going to get delayed and make your time that you're spending on it take even longer. He's like, you're going to put more effort into it if you know you have a firm deadline. And so, I typically give myself firm deadlines, Wednesday, especially if it's a brand new Minecraft release or something. I do a very good job with it because I understand the impact of it. But if it's a dedicated video, I am very bad about putting it off. And I recognize that because, procrastination just it runs it runs throughout all of humanity. But I've been noticing it in myself, especially as of recent. I've just been so demotivated. It feels like to do anything. And I will admit some of that comes from like, just wanting to do my own thing. And by that I really mean like when somebody tells me to do something, I am 100% less likely to do it. I'm sorry to anybody out there who didn't know that and has tried to tell me to do something. If you tell me, I probably will not do it. If you ask me, I might do it, but I'm a little less likely to do it than I was before. And so I've kind of been learning about, Parkinson's law, where, you spend more time on something overall, uh, you're going to spend less effort, which when you're making videos, it's not labor intensive. So it's not so bad to necessarily, say I'm going to put more effort into the video and spend less time on it. Because you might spend more time overall on that one day as opposed to before. But, over the course of time, you're actually going to get the video done and it's going to turn out very well. One of the other examples the guy used when he was talking about Parkinson's law was he kind of learned more about the law because he knew that he needed to do something about his problem. So he ran a lawn care business. And so, he was only, I think, 14 or something like that. And it was him and some of his friends. They also worked with him. And so, he had taken on the maximum amount of lawns that he could realistically do. However, he knew that he could make more money overall if he could take on more lawns. And so what he did was he sacrificed a a lot more time on the lawns. He used to take 3 hours per lawn, and he cut it down to 90 minutes per lawn, which he found that he was able to get the same amount of work done in a shorter amount of time if he just put in a little bit more effort. So he was able to keep the quality of the business going and increase profits by doing more lawns. And he decreased the amount of time that he spent on each lawn while maintaining the same quality, because he learned that he was doing a whole lot of things inefficiently because he didn't realize how badly he just needed a deadline on it. You stop goofing around a ton if you have a reason to not. So that's kind of what I learned about Parkinson's law. Pretty cool thing. I don't know what it has to do with anything Parkinson's related other than that was probably the guy who founded it. But, cool name too, I guess. But yeah, all of that made me kind of just think about, making more videos. Still has nothing to do with parking in the lawn. I'm sure you could find a way to make it about parking in a lawn. But yeah, unfortunately there's nothing about parking in lawns just in the standalone rule. Um but yeah, I want to make more videos. And so that video kind of really, for some reason, I brought that memory to mind of it. Was like, wait, I have videos I need to record. So I'm hoping I can get video recorded tonight. That is going to kind of be my deadline for it. For those of you who don't know, which I would be willing to bet most of you do not know, I when I do end the night off, for me, so I end stream at 12:30. That's not a big surprise to a lot of you. I raid somebody and then we hang out in their chat for a little bit. Well, then what I do is I typically go and join a call with some friends, and we watch something. Recently they've been watching Attack on Titan and things like that. However, I don't watch Attack on Titan. I'm gonna be 100% honest, and I don't care how this makes you guys feel. I don't understand it. I do not understand Attack on Titan. I've tried to watch it, and I just cannot seem to get into it like everybody else can. And I'm glad they got a show that they enjoy and all that, but I cannot get into it. So I choose to abstain from that one. But we've been watching a show called Dexter. I talked a little bit about it before. Great show. Cannot recommend it to you unless you are over the age of 18, though. Just throwing that out there again before anybody says, you said watch this show. I did not. So great show. So we're planning on watching that tonight. We're gonna get through season 2. We're gonna finish off season 2, and I'm excited. But we're looking at doing that at, I believe, 3 o'clock or something like that, maybe 2 or 3, which gives me enough time to record a video tonight, and then after that we can watch the show. I can go to bed, and then when I wake up in the morning, I can either record more or edit the video. I'll set my own deadline after stream on that, but I'm gonna test out hard deadlines with some of this stuff, and we're gonna make it just as good as we can up until we hit that deadline. And then when I hit that deadline, I'm not working on that video anymore. And obviously, if I'm not done with it, and it's not in a presentable state, I might take some extra time on it. But the general idea is, if it's at least in a presentable state, I'm not gonna keep working on it and going, oh, I should add, insert funny thing here. If it's at least watchable, I'll find time next time I make a video to add insert funny thing there, because the whole point is to learn from your mistakes. And I know I'm gonna make mistakes. That's the big thing. Is I already know I'm gonna make them, but why am I so I'm trying to think of the right word. Why am I avoiding making those mistakes so hard at the sacrifice of quantity? Like, I know the term quality over quantity is a thing, and at most points in times, I do agree with that. I mostly agree with that statement of quality over quantity. Um, However, that being said, there does come a time where quantity is more important than quality, because your quality is either just going to have to take time to get better, or it's already peaked, or whatever. But the big thing is, if you're spending all your time on making one video and it's your 10th video or whatever, it's going to, no matter how hard and how long you spend on it, it is still going to be your 10th video. It's still going to be a little rough around the edges. Nobody comes out of the oven, you know, nobody comes out of the oven of life and can make things perfectly and do everything perfectly. They hone their skill. I just did a lot of talking. But yeah, uh, but that kind of also brought me to my goals for the month, which I did kind of talk about a little bit about how I haven't set those with you guys. I like to set the goals with everybody, because I feel a little more accountable to actually finish them if I tell you guys about it. Otherwise, you have no idea how far off target I am, and nobody knows that. It's like, oh, King, you're really off your goals right now. Uh-huh. Never would have guessed. But I don't really have too many goals this month, other than I want to get pretty decently good on the mountain, at least King SMP wise. I want to get close to the mountain's end, possibly, maybe halfway or 3/4 of the way. One of those. I don't know. I'd have to do the actual math. We'll see. Um. Hmm. I can't think of the word I was gonna say, or the words rather. King, I need to get 256 stacks of snow blocks. Are you doing map art? I feel like I have to ask. No. You would never. Never, yeah. Um, that's a lot of snow. That is a lot of snow. Hmm. Totally not making Kings weekly. Anyone remember Hermitcraft season? Was it season 5 or season 6? I don't remember. It was one of the Hermitcraft seasons. Somebody made a the newspaper for Hermitcraft. 7 is when I saw it. That may have been it then. I thought it was in one of the early-ish seasons. Gosh, there's almost been 5 seasons since I've started watching. I guess I technically watched the last episode of season 4. There have been 5 seasons since I started watching. One day I can't wait till the day I can look at, you know, everything I've done and go, it's been all well and good that we've done this, but my proudest achievement is I was in insert episode of Hermitcraft here. Like that would be great. I started in season 5. No. Or I started in season 6. No, it's 5. Mesa, I believe. Mesa. Mesa. Hmm. Trying to remember Mumbo's giant drone. That was season 4, I want to say. I do remember the drone. I Was it really that early though? Season 5 was the coffee table, ocean monument thing. Season 6, his base was the Mumball. I think season 4 was the mesa with the drone and the RV, and I think he built ice spikes as well. Did we watch Mumbo in the same season? Wow, it's weird to think about how long ago that was. Yeah, I guess I started in season 4. Wow, GG, man. Season 4 feels like a long time ago. Wow. That had to have been what? Like, it wasn't 2014, was it? No. 2015 maybe. Hang on, I gotta look it up now. I have to look this up. 2017? Okay. I was gonna say I think it's a little bit early for 2014 and 2015, but 2017. That makes me feel a lot nicer about myself. It's like I feel old if that's how long ago it was. 2016, 2017, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's not that bad. That's you know, it could definitely be worse. I'm just glad I'm not as old as I feel. Like I feel old thinking about some of these things, but I was only like at the time, see 2016. How old would I have been? Um 12? Yeah, 12-year-old me watching Hermitcraft. That sounds about right. And I remember watching all these videos and I would look at it and go, I want to join them. And so, I would look it up like how to join Hermitcraft, how to join. And to like find an official response, I think it was on Reddit from somebody that basically was like, hey, the more you ask, the less likely they are to ever invite you. They're like, just make content. It is a content creator server. Make good content, and you might end up on the show or the server. And wow, one day that doesn't feel like it should be possible, but it all of a sudden really does feel possible to me that I could do that one day. Um, and I don't mean that in a cocky kind of way of like, oh yeah, I could do it. I just mean that in like the sense of back then getting noticed by somebody that large sounded very, very difficult. But nowadays it's not so bad because I thought it was going to be a lot harder for a lot of things in my life for content creation wise. And then I kind of learned that it's not so much as it's hard, it's just patience. And to get a good following on most of these platforms, you just got to have some patience. And you can pretty well do anything you want then. 9-year-old me. Gosh. Can I do this? $14 out of 256 stacks. Woo! Let's go! So close. You're gonna have a long, long road ahead of you, my friend. I'm trying to think of something that can fight off whatever I've got going on. My daytime sleep is popping in and it's coming in hard. How many stacks of stone do you have? I have 2 on me. Well, 1 on me. And then I have 3 and a little bit of it in my shulkers. You can thank Bionics for all that. I found a thing for y'all. It's good. I'm curious. Okay, I need to figure out this energy. Oh, the caretaker. It's just a burning memory. Oh, it's just a burning memory. That's one of my favorites. Go to YouTube. Yeah, I've listened to it before. It's very good. It's very good. I used to be obsessed with that one. I listened to it all the time. I wanted to make a YouTube video that used it, but I couldn't think of a good way to incorporate it, so I just kind of avoided it. I hear it in my head. Oh, oh boy. Jeez. Let me see if I can find a way to. Can I self care here to solve my daytime sleepiness? um. Be consistent with your sleeping habits. I slept for 6 hours last night, apparently. I don't recall 6 hours throughout the day, but apparently that's kind of what it says. It's got it in spots. Let me see if I can pull up the chart. Um, Now it's telling me 4 hours and 40 minutes. Make up your mind. But yeah, it has like one section at 7 for 14 minutes. Then it says I woke up. And it says I fell back asleep at some point. I can't pull up the chart and show it to you guys though because it's got personal information on here. But the times it does say I went to sleep are quite interesting. But I got 6 hours of sleep last month, so Candyman, hey yo, Candyman. All right, but Now, I don't have candy. Like I've said before to everybody else, this is just so people that are walking in on it can understand what's going on. Uh, I have a sugar packet here. I typically would have candy, but I don't. So, sugar packet it is. Hi. It's like sand. It feels so much like sand. Um, but so I'm looking here to find things that will help me stay awake because of this daytime sleep. And so it's recommending sleep habits. Okay, fair enough. Make time for sleep. Set a bedtime that allows you to get recommended amount of sleep for your age. Well, I don't know what the recommended amount of sleep is for a almost 19-year-old. I'm sure it's probably I'm sure it's probably more than 6 hours, but that's what my watch says I get on average. Limit the time you spend around bright lights or using electronics. Now, I don't know what they expect me to do because I can't exactly do that with my current line of work. Avoid drinking alcohol or caffeine, using tobacco, or eating a meal too close to bedtime. So the caffeine thing, that's fair. The other things I don't do. Be physically active. Staying active, even just going for a walk, can help with the quality of your sleep. And then have a nap. People with narcolepsy will often feel better after taking a short nap. Once you figure out the times of day you feel sleepiest, adjusting your schedule to nap at those times will help you. Basically, what they're saying is you can't fix your problem, you just have to live with it, which is very sad for me. Um, I don't want to. I don't want that because the thing about it is like the napping thing. Um, it would be so disruptive during my life just because of how often I get that sleepiness. This one's sad. What's this video? Oh, I don't know if I have the heart to watch this right now. I don't know if I have the heart to watch that just yet. The last minute sad. Sorry, teacher, gotta take my daily nap. Well, the thing is about it, if you do have narcolepsy, um, supposedly, schools are not allowed to, uh, basically tell you no on the nap thing. They will schedule out a nap time for you, supposedly, if you are still considered a child. And if you're an adult, then they have to accommodate you somewhat there as well in your hours because of the non-discriminatory act and stuff. So basically, if you have it, you're kind of set up on a lot of stuff, but also it's only for legal reasons that you're set up on it. You said you wanted me to watch it. All right. All right, we'll pull it up on stream. Me during algebra. Okay. Me during algebra class. The last minute sad on stream. Are you gonna do it? I can't make any coffee because I'm out. At least out of the kind that I can make quick and easy. Otherwise, I'd have to make a whole lot of coffee, and it would be a whole thing. Um, I can't make a pot of coffee though at this current point. Let me I refund you. Give me 1 second here. Okay, there you go. I can also mark those as complete in that one and that one. Boom. All right. We're gonna watch this video. I I'm a little bit scared to watch the video because I don't know what's. I know it should be safe to watch, but I'm more so scared to watch it just because of uh I don't know how I'm gonna react to it. Emotions, yes. As a man during Men's Mental Health Month, I am scared of emotions. Uh, no, become manly. Here we go. Let's do it. Uh, I don't know if I can do it. 96 Quests King. Almost there. Almost there, man. Almost there. Okay, so this is a video by Mr. Techno Dad. It is, uh, Mr. Techno Dad is Technoblade's father. Uh, and if you don't know who Technoblade is, has it really been that long? My guy has so many tabs of them. Listen, I didn't want to talk about it. It's not that many tabs. It's 109. It's fine. We've had more. Almost a year. It's been almost a year. All right. Here we go.
Because you need to be talking to someone about it.
Can you guys hear it okay? Yeah? Okay. Okay.
If you release these feelings through words,
Let me also turn on captions so I can actually read it. I have a hard time hearing in my left ear, sorry. Um, and so I need the captions for most things anyway. So I'm gonna turn that on. Can you stream on Discord? Let me see if I can share it. There you go. All right, let's watch it.
your grief can start to move again. It can escape and leave room for happiness and joy or anything to apologize for. The universe doesn't need you to be absolutely stunning. Why aren't you thinking that? Where you are in your art right this second is the perfect place for you to be, not something that needs apologizing for. And if you aspire to be better, you know how to get there, and you will. But just because tomorrow's art will be better doesn't mean today's art has anything wrong with it. It doesn't mean you have anything wrong with you. Grief is stuck like a car in a muddy road, spinning its tires. We have to get you moving again. You say, I force myself to smile, but all I can think about is his last moments. There are two problems here. The first is that you force you love you because you are worthy of love.
Well, hey there, I'm B. I was diagnosed with a soft tissue sarcoma. I told my parents and my siblings, and at first they were like supportive in the way that you would expect, but then I got put into inpatient care, I stopped hearing from them. At the end of July, I lost.
Okay, I'm having a hard time hearing it, even with the subtitles. Let me boost the volume really quick. For the Discord peeps watching, it was probably just fine. But fair warning, it's gonna be really loud now. So, just be ready. It was quiet on Discord. Okay, here we go.
My second roommate, his 19th birthday was in the beginning of August. I was invited by his family to his birthday dinner. It's so hard to look at his family and to sit there like I got to walk out of the room and he didn't.
My son didn't make it. And here I am talking to you. And I'm just happy that you're alive.
I've been imagining what it would be like to sit down and talk to my parents about what's been happening and all the things that I would catch them up on. And I'm glad that I get to at least tell somebody's dad.
I'm glad you get to tell me it. also.
Why? 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 Why do we have to be hit with that one, man? Okay.
Oh my god, you guys are so great. I love it so much. What I would just like is a little tonal shift, a little more joy. So the thing that I'm thinking in terms of is, like, you've just met that person that makes you feel, you know, like it's Christmas, right? You've just met this person of the appropriate sex, and things have gone far enough now that you know that they feel the same way about you as you feel about them. And so it's exciting and wonderful, and the possibilities are opening.
This is interesting. This is an interesting section. I don't want to necessarily skip it because it's bad. I do need to probably get back to the game though. So we're gonna skip through this little section at least a little bit. But it's very interesting, and it looks like he's got quite a lot that he's been up to recently. So we'll go ahead and keep watching. My man is a fighting legend. Look at that. I can tell it's about to be sad. I know where he's at. Hi. he about to have lunch with his son? Potatoes. This is sad. It's
Happy birthday, my son. If only I could have helped you. And the universe said, I love you. Everything you need is within. You are stronger than you know. You are the daylight. You are the night. The darkness you fight is within you. The light you seek is within you. You are not alone. And the universe said, I love you because you are love.
okay. I think that was a callback. One, yes, to the Minecraft poem, but two, uh, there's a scene in, I believe, Avatar: The Last Airbender, where a guy, one of the characters, he goes to a shrine to his son, and he sings a little song, and it's very similar in that fashion. I think it's like March On Soldier Boy or something like that. It's a very, very sad scene, just because of the general nature of the character, and that's what makes, this very interesting. Is, Mr. Techno Dad. For those of you who don't watch his videos very often, he's a very awesome guy. Let me see if I can pull up one of his other videos or something. Generally speaking, he's pretty cheery and all that. Like this one, for example. This one's probably my favorite
Hello, everyone.
one.
I've been promising for a while to do a little bit of a cooking video.
And
today I'm
so
going to make just a very simple.
this whole video was basically just him copying, what Technoblade was doing with his video, and he made a lot of callbacks to that video of, making making food and all that. It was he's got talent. And I don't know what he does professionally, if he did anything professionally, but and then I could definitely see him having some amount of career in acting. Like, I'm not necessarily saying that his other thing was the best thing in the world, but it was pretty darn good considering he probably didn't have an acting coach. He had a lot of talent, and he knew when making that video the reaction it would get, and he's just got a talent for making entertaining content and stuff. It was very nice. Bacon. Yeah, this is a good video. The Cooking with Mr. Technodad contains swearing. It was a very good video. I don't remember if he actually did swear in the video. But yeah, this video right here was pretty good. That new video, yeah, it was a little bit sad, but I think it was also very well done. It's one of those videos I looked at it and I kind of go, yeah, I think Technoblade would have liked that. Video requests so long, nerds. No, we ain't watching that one. Not again. Not again. Uh, I don't necessarily. I don't remember. I don't remember crying when Techno died, but that video nearly got me. I because knowing that something happened, watching the video, knowing that that was his dad, and I tend to be a very empathetic person, so I tend to look at people and what they're up to, and I feel, uh, you know, I feel some amount of what they feel, and so watching that, I could tell that it was like it was a hard video to make, and it would have been so much harder to make had he included the song that was originally a request from Techno, which was the song Exit Lude by The Killers. But the reason it wasn't included was for copyright reasons. But Techno was like, yeah, I mean, that would be a good one. And if that was included, I'm not going to say it would have or that it wouldn't have, but it may have gotten me close if it was. That song is just wow. That one gives us tears. Yeah, I've never been one to tear up too much, but watching So Long Nerds, I think I've watched it 3 times now. It is a hard one to watch. It is very much a hard one for me to watch anyway. I think the line that got me the hardest in that one, though, was if I had the opportunity, I would be Technoblade 100 more times or something like that. That line right there, that was the one for me. I was like, the man really loved what he got to do. Hello, Figure. How's it going? Welcome back in. Good to see you, man. How's it doing? How's it doing? I don't know how's it doing, but I know how it's going, I guess. I am doing good. That's good to hear, man. That is good to hear. We're just working on our mountain range again today. And it is a lot of fun, but also at the same time, I am fighting off a very lovely condition or something that's causing me to feel immense amount of tired. The video actually, weirdly enough, did help. Listening to Exit Lude right now. That one's one of my favorite songs right now. If you play Exit Lude and Interlude right next to each other, typically Interlude first by the Killers and then Exit Lude after, it creates an amazing feel. That all being said, though, I do love listening to the Killers anyway, so they are an acquired taste. I've got to say, most people don't just like the Killers. So a lot of people I know, they like maybe 1 or 2 songs by them. But if you like Lovejoy, you'll definitely hear some Lovejoy in them because of the fact that Lovejoy was inspired a little bit by the Killers. So, what's the mountain for? It's to kind of help define the boundaries of where my base is and where it's not. Because, see, the problem with my base at its current stage... Oh, I forgot. There's technically going to be more mountain that goes over here. maybe, possibly. Um, but over here, there's this. I told him it was an okay spot, but I didn't realize it was gonna be within a region that I didn't know I was gonna be building in just yet. So I figured if I built a mountain to kind of help block it out, uh, that will help. And then also, it stops other people from encroaching on territory. Um, like over here, I was gonna do some stuff with this island, but I mean, at this point in time, I don't think I'll have time to deal with it much. But it was a good way to help me kind of reserve this land without having to go through and claim it all over again. Because there's so much that I have claimed, way too much. Yeah, that's what the mountains are for. Just for some added security. Okay. Let me see how I'm going to fill this in. Now I gotta, let me see. Let me set a reminder on my phone really quick. I have something I need to remember. And if I don't remember it, I'm going to remember in the middle of the night. And then I won't be able to sleep until I take care of the task. So let me go and set a reminder. And also, I see when my friends went live. I need to lurk. You gotta lurk for the homies, you know? There he is. Okay. There we go. Alright. I didn't set the reminder. I'm gonna need a reminder to set the reminder. Okay, I didn't mean to do that one. Okay, reminder, add. And I want that for tonight. You know what? Let's set it just for 12 a.m. No, 11:55 p.m. That way I know it goes off at the right time. Otherwise, I will forget until it's basically too late to do it today, and I probably need to get that rolling at some point soon because I keep putting it off. I can't really talk about what it is, but what I can say is, don't worry about it. I'm sure that makes everybody worry about it some more, but don't worry about it because I said so. Let's see. Exact date, June 30th, 2022. Yeah. Hard to believe. 25 days away. Yeah, that's hard to believe it's almost been a year. Internet will go crazy again. Well, I mean, when do they know? You know. You know, I I kind of think about it a little bit, and it's weird how quickly the internet changed because of that one single event. You know, Dream SMP didn't continue on, which to some is a treat and to some is a despair. Um, but it really did help the internet toxicity in the Minecraft environment, basically. Because I hardly see anything anymore. Because there were those people that would always hate on Dream SMP no matter what, and then there were always the people who would only talk about Dream SMP no matter what, even if it wasn't relevant to the conversation at hand or whatever. So I mean, in a way, the final battle that was won was the internet war, and I appreciate that. Okay, how do I want to do this? So I'm kind of thinking about my 24-hour stream, right? It's coming up soon. We're gonna be doing it at some point whenever we hit 1,000 followers, and so I know I need to be planning for it. But I didn't really know what I was gonna do with it. So I'm still trying to get out the everything worked out. But my hope is I can get the exercise bike like I'm supposed to. But I'm gonna have to wait till my mom can help me go get it, because otherwise I'm kind of stuck. I can't really lift it by myself because it's heavy. Um, but I need to wait for my mom to get to go with me and get it, because it's a team lift, and also it won't fit in just the back of any car. It'll need to be hers. So we'll go get that eventually. But the exercise bike will be good for the 24-hour stream. Because what I want to do is I want to make it so for every dollar donated equals a certain amount of distance on the bike. And then the next stream I do will be a bike pedal-a-thon or something. I don't know. And maybe I'll make it so you guys can add more time on that. But if that does happen, I we'll have some amount of a limit. Bro, I'll help. You'll help add time or take away or like pedal. Like, I mean, if you want to help pedal, I may not necessarily complain. And then I'll use the bike for other things as well after that. But oops, give me that. Okay, we're gonna finish up this little section here, and then I need to take a little bit of a break. I need to find something to eat. And then we'll be back. But it shouldn't take me too long. Uh, we'll see though. I always say it shouldn't take me too long, and then it does. So. Take this. I want to buy something. Can you refund after? You won't have to do it. Go for it. Go for it. I'm interested to see what it is. Okay. Can I get up here? There we go. I was like, how high is it? Found it. I'm 3 points off. Oh no. Give me that. Okay. Blocked. Well, I'll be right back. Mr. Six, you should have enough points when I get back. Probably, hopefully, maybe, possibly. Anyway, give me like, 2 minutes, and we should be good to go. All right, be right back, guys. My buttons are gone. Be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. So I've been meaning to ask you guys in chat, what are your favorite songs? Like, just your everyday music that you guys like to listen to. The 80s. Now that's some good stuff right there, man. That is some good stuff. Recently I've been enjoying for myself, I kind of talked a little bit about it earlier. I enjoy the Killers. I've been enjoying listening to there's this band. Oh, I'm gonna get it. Yep. Okay. There's this group called Death Cab for Cutie, and they have two songs that I've been really enjoying as well. One called "I'll Follow You Into the Dark," which has a really interesting story behind it. And then there's also another song I think called "Soul Meets Body" or something like that. And then does he have strength as well? There's like a little bit of a red tint to that, it looks like. But maybe I'm just. No, it's not strength. Okay. It's like, I'll find out here in a minute. It was just invisibility. Take on Me, Staying Alive, etc. Yeah, those are all great songs. I love. Unironically, I do love Take on Me. I know a lot of people love it just because of the meme and stuff. No, it's a good song. Same deal with Staying Alive. I wish Staying Alive was actually a little bit longer. Personally, I feel like it could use an extra verse or two. I always forget how short it is when I do listen to it. Um, it's only 4 minutes 45. Four. Yeah, we all know what I'm trying to say, right? 4 minutes 45 seconds. Yes. Personally, I like my songs to kind of be like a little bit longer than they are shorter. I don't know. That's just me though, and I know like that's a newer thing as well, as like a lot of people are writing long songs. Um, Coldplay put out a song, I want to say, that's like 10 minutes long. Let me see if I can find it. I can't. It's one of their newer songs. It's like Color Coloratura, Coloratura, maybe. I don't know how to pronounce it, but it's 10 minutes and 18 seconds. It is a long song. I don't remember what it sounds like. I just remember listening to it once and going, "Yeah, it's a little bit long." There's a fine balance to it all. Um, but what was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So, I enjoy the Killers, I enjoy Death Cab for Cutie, but there's also another song that I found myself really, really enjoying yesterday. And it's called Happy by NF. And for those of you who know NF, it's not like the rest of his songs where it's like, you know, super rap and all that. It still has a little bit of rap and stuff in it, but it's actually like a really good song. And the rap portions are such a minuscule part. It's not like hardcore stuff. And the topic it deals with is actually pretty good, and the song doesn't sound depressing the entire time. Now the lyrics on the other hand might be a little bit heavy for some, but I do highly recommend checking it out sometime if you guys get a chance, because it is a good song. Yeah, that's a song that I've been enjoying recently. Okay, we're getting closer to the midpoint. Okay. Give me 1 second here, guys. Okay, sorry about that. All right, let's finish up this little section here, and then we'll probably move on to a different type of build, just to kind of keep things fresh and entertaining. You know, can't spend too much time in one place. It's not good. Not good for you.
You've reached your limit on talking.
Oh, okay. You don't actually want me to do it. Okay, okay. I can refund it this time. Yeah, I can refund that one. Give me 1 second here. All right, there you go. It should give you your points back here soon. Just give it some time. Yep, no problem. Yeah, that's a fun one. A lot of people save up for that one, and then some people will chain it. So somebody spends it, then another person will spend it, and then another one, and another one. And so then you get like, I think the longest we went without talking on one stream was like 30 minutes, I want to say. It may have been a little bit shorter, but still. Okay, how am I? I have to figure out how I'm connecting these up. Um. Hmm. Bionics. Derek, says hello. I think. I don't know if he's saying hello or he wants your attention, but one of those. You're not bionic. Well, I mean, I'm not. Correct. But, I'm in
Hello
a
there.
I'm in a call with him. So he can hear me. Hello, thank you for the follow. Amon RuneScape. Okay. Well, how's it going? Welcome on in. Hello, hello. We're just playing some Minecraft, you know, the usual. I know, best joke. If you need any help with the IP, let us know. Anyone's able to join 24/7. Best SMP on Earth. I'd like to believe, anyway. Guess what? This feels like it's about to turn into a chicken butt thing. But, what? What's up? I feel like I must ask, you know? No? Oh, okay, I see. Okay, let's take a quick break from the stone placing. It's just a lot. King, do you need help building? Not right now, thank you though. Hey, you need to go. Thank you. Never mind. Hey, ad time. Let's go. Let's go. How long of an ad time would you like, Derek? You name the time and we'll make it happen. Whatever. Um, 29.83 hours of watch time. Jeez, man. Already almost to 30. I was gonna say, guess you know what time it is. 3 minutes? Alright. You got it, dude. Sorry, I have hiccups. Alright. Ads should be starting soon. Blame Derek, not me. Okay. Ads have started, apparently. You got an ad? Sorry, you can't hear me. If you didn't get an ad, congrats. You hear me. 31.92 hours of watch time. Memer has 181.75 hours. Theo has 214.50 hours. Wow, you guys have some insane watch time. Autism guy has joined the server. Welcome on in, man. You know the difference between me and you? I'm curious. Let's find out. 1 month, 9 days, 23 hours. It's only been that long. Derek, you've got 4 months and 6 days. Nice, nice. Mine was 1 year, but I unfollowed. Yeah. You'd be coming up on 2 years now. But that's okay. It's all good, man. It's all good. I've only got that time in like 9 days. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, it's really only been the last week or so that you started hanging out a lot. But I appreciate it, man. Oh, emo only chat. All right. Emo only chat will go ahead and proceed. Let me just make sure I have the right time for it. 2 minutes? Okay. I wish I could set a limit for how long the emote only would be on. Okay. Timer is on. Okay. W. Yeah, I mean, for VIPs, you guys are already set. Down with the French. Alias Cry, alias Hype. Sheriff King. A. Okay, what was I doing? I'm out of stone. I wasn't even putting stone on here. I was taking a break from that. Now I remember. Piranha. And nice try. I've never seen that emote before. I gotta say, I'm a fan of how peaceful chat is right now. Although it is short-lived. Okay. Die. Okay. Okay, buddy. Whatever you gotta say to make yourself happy. Alright. It was short-lived, but it happened. Man. King hit the gritty. I don't even know what the gritty is. I'm gonna be honest. I know it's a dance move. That's as much as I know, though. I don't understand. Does anybody understand? Or is it just made up? I don't know what the gritty is. I just been like realizing how much people talk about it. Does anybody actually know it? Can anybody actually tell me what it is? Other than just going, King, it's a dance. Because I already know it's a dance. But truthfully, what is it? Q. King, look it up. I shouldn't have to look up the gritty. Do I even want to know what it is? Like, okay, so it's dumb. Is that what it is? It looks like it was from TikTok. Yes. Okay. I think I think I think I think the gritty does not need to be hit. I'll be honest. Personally, if you do the gritty, I'd probably commit acts of violence on you. Um yeah. No, gritty not my thing, man. I'll be honest. It's a meme. I don't know. No. No. I don't get it, man. I'm going to be honest. But then again, I don't get a lot of things, but the gritty is just one thing I don't understand why. I don't get it. King do the truffle shuffle. Is that another TikTok dance? Or is that a millennial thing that I know from a different name? Because that very well might be a millennial thing. It's definitely a Fortnite dance. It might be, I don't know. Shoot 'em. No, it's from a movie. So there's a good chance I know it just by a different name. Okay, give me a second. Pretty old movie, I think. If I pull it up and it's from like the early 2000s, I'm gonna cry. What? We're gonna find out what movie it's from here in a second. Let me just sleep. All right. Truffle, shuffle.
First, you gotta do the truffle shuffle. Come on! Do it! Come on! Do it!
Oh, okay. I do remember seeing. I do remember seeing this now that yeah. 1985. Yeah, you know, I can allow that to be pretty old. Uh, The Goonies is quite an old movie. To be entirely honest, it is. But I do kind of remember seeing that now that you mention it. Do the truffle shuffle king. You think I got enough me to do that? Look up the. I am well aware of that one, memer. I am well aware of that one. There's just not enough me for there to be a truffle shuffle, but you know, you're just gonna have to believe me on it. I came back to staying alive. See, um, do the truffle shuffle with your shirt on. There's no satisfaction with it though. Like, you know, part of it is the show. You know? There is though. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. King, keep your shirt on. Oh, I intend to. I intend to. Everyone will love it. I can't help but feel like everybody will, in fact, not love it. We don't need to see your ribs, but do you want to see my sternum? I mean, that's like a lovely, lovely part of my body. Who left the door open? No, that's their story, JK. Can't be leaving doors open, y'all. Villagers deserve better. Show us. What? I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. Sir, please. Please. King, extremely important question. Yeah? What is said extremely important question? What color do you think of when I say the word paladin? I think of like a darker blue. A darker blue most of the time is kind of what I think of, weirdly. I don't know if that's the right one or not, but that's what I think of. Derek says orange. I Mr. Six, I would say I would say we should probably lay off of some of the I mean, this one's not borderline, but you know, we'll try to keep the chat messages PG, please. Gray. I mean, if you're colorblind, everything you think of is gray, right? Yeah, I don't know if you remember what I said a couple of streams ago. I seem to remember I'm good at making people feel uncomfortable. Yeah, I would appreciate a little more comfortable. Just a little bit. Paladin from Terraria. Terraria. You're good at it. Okay, my favorite animal is actually a red panda. Now imagine a furry panda. What? aren't all pandas with fur a furry soft panda? I mean, unless I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure pandas already have fur, don't they? I mean, I don't think they just... That's not what I'm saying. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that's kind of what you're saying. I mean, I'm reading it the same way you're typing it. I just don't just imagine it. I don't I don't know what you're saying. I maybe I'm insane, but I don't think it's translating over text too well. Let's see. Imagine a red panda. Okay. That's all? Okay. So, what does... What does the furry panda part have to do with it? I, I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I'm sorry. It's probably just my dementia, but like I am lost, man. I am so lost. Is that not comfortable enough for you? Okay. You know, fair enough. But also at the same time, I'm lost, man. Probably should have said an extra furry red panda. Possibly. Possibly. It may have helped, it may have not. It probably wouldn't have helped, to be honest. I have a unique ability known as stupid. And a lot of other people also share this ability, but I feel like I'm pretty unique when it comes to stupidity. I speak it fluently, and it is quite the treat, I must say. Let's see. King, what do you think about rappers? Rappers are cool. Uh, as for any that I like, I mean, I like to listen to NF. Those of you guys have listened to him, he's pretty cool. Then there's, I've heard Eminem. I don't personally care too much for him. Like, I think he's got some cool stuff, but Eminem really isn't my style, I would say. Like, yes, he shares a lot of similarities in terms of what him and NF have in terms of like the backing tracks and stuff. However, I feel like what they rap about is completely different. And that's kind of what I really care about when it comes to a rap is what are you trying to convey? Um, and so, most of these raps are just atrocious with lyrics. It's such a it's a concerning thing when you listen to some of the lyrics that they're rapping out. It's very very concerning. King, iron or gold horse armor? Iron, I guess. Do you like Ice Spice or any rapper? Personally, I'm not a fan of Ice Spice. However, I don't have anything against Ice Spice. It's just not my style. Not my style of rap anyway. Who is Ice Spice? They are a rapper. I don't really know how to explain them. They rap. I would recommend looking them up and then just developing your own opinion on them. But for me, personally, I'm not a huge fan. But I can understand why some people find an appeal in the voice. The voice and the lyrics and the style, all that. By the way, to answer your music question earlier, I like rave music. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. I like funk music. Funk is pretty cool. Funk is pretty cool. I gotta say, it is one of those musical things I never really thought I'd enjoy, and then I listened to it. I listened to a couple of songs, and I was like, you know what? I kind of like this, and here we are now. Another music style I like is city pop. For those of you guys who have never listened to city pop, it's pretty cool. I highly recommend it. I'm trying to think of a good way to describe it, but it's very good, very good. It's ice, and they have the spices in a box. Every time I sleep, I think I have school. Oh no. I'm sure that's gotta be weird. You know, um, being out of school and, you're still used to waking up at early hours and getting ready to go out and go to school, and there you are. You've woken up, you're expecting that you have to go to school, and then you're like, wait a minute, we're done with that. I'm gonna send you one of my favorites. All right, bet, man, bet. I will be right back. I have to quickly go get more water. I have somehow drained my supply pretty fast, so I will be right back. Okay, we are back again. And yeah. So, something I kind of wanted to mention about this week for you guys is 1.20 is coming out. Minecraft 1.20 is coming out. So, you know, 1.20 release sometime on June 7th. We don't know when on June 7th. As far as I know, they haven't given any exact times. I've been having a hard time tracking down anything. Latest I've seen is somebody said it could it could drop between 8 and 12 on the Eastern Standard Time. However, that being said, you know, it may happen, it may not. The song is clean if you can listen to it on stream. So I can't really listen to any music on stream just because of copyright reasons. I'd prefer to not have my VOD muted, if I can avoid it. However, I will take a listen off stream, but we'll see. We'll see. It's not copyright. Who's it by? I might be able to listen to it if it's not copyrighted, but I do have to make sure that I do have the ability to stream it here on Twitch. There's different rules for each person and each place and each thing, so I gotta make sure it's okay first. S3RL. American DJ. Cool. Okay. Official site. Alright. I want to quickly check. Give me 1 second here. Free downloads. Okay. I just want to see if they're typically you put that stuff in there. Okay, give me 1 second. S3RL is S3RL. Copy. Right, free. Alright. Yes, I'm happy for you to use my music on your live streams. If you could include a link back to me. No, it's not pronounced surreal. It'd be great. Use the following link. Only the one I sent you. Yeah, I figured as much. Never mind. As for warning, I have no idea who that is. Do not listen to, Mick Orson warning. Okay, I will have to, I'll have to wait on that one. Yeah. Bro, I'm building the map in the ocean, and there is a monument. It does tend to go that way, doesn't it? Now that you think about it, that's how my bedrock went. I was building bedrock, in last season. And so, what ended up happening... Oh, give me 1 second. What ended up happening was I didn't see it until I had already kind of picked out the location because it was empty. And so there was a ton of ocean monuments around that area, apparently. Because I seem to remember flying around off camera just to kind of load in some of the chunks so it wouldn't be so laggy. And I think I remember there being like 3 or 4 ocean monuments within the area. Hey. Okay, let's back up. Let's just back up. I want to try to make sure I keep everything as spawn-proof as possible. But these guys want to keep it difficult. Speaking of difficult, how do we feel about the current state of Minecraft and its difficulty? What do you guys think? Is Minecraft not easy enough for players, or is it too hard? You know, I've heard people say that hardcore mode really isn't all that hard. Which, you know, I do understand that. You know, farming totems does make the game infinitely easier. But I also at the same time, you know, maybe all that needs to happen to Minecraft is, you know, a simple update with an extremely hard difficulty or whatever, you know, which, you know, removes the ability to totem farm. It removes, it would remove a lot of the features. It's hard before you get totems. Yeah, that would be my thing is, there will always be ways to farm things, but if they make it so it's harder to farm it, so, you know, farming totems without a raid farm, you could probably still do it using exploits and stuff where you're duplicating entities and stuff by, you know, throwing them through portals as you're unloading the chunk at just the right moment. I think that's the duplication thing for entities, if I'm not mistaken. So you could still farm them, but it would be still an exploit at that point. Where with totem farming, it's not really. It is a very deliberate mechanic in the game that, the way those creatures spawn. So, you know, I don't think they'll be changing that anytime soon. But if they just made it so those evokers wouldn't drop totems, only in that mode, I think it would actually go over very well. 97 Quest King, too easy, still kind of hard. Hard before you get totems, no OP armor. It's not that hard. New kill quest, 2 new collection quests, new crafting quest, and before you ask, they're all in the last slot in each category. Okay. Let's see them. So you said a new kill quest. Is it a plane? Kill all flying mobs for an elytra. Then there's two new collection quests. So there's Patience, collect 16 blocks of each stage of copper blocks for 128 honeycomb. And then Suit Up as a Knightwood for Paladin, which gives you 1 lodestone. That's actually a pretty good one. I always felt like lodestones were way overpriced. Okay. And then you said a new crafting quest. 9 to 5. Craft the 5 music disc for an enchanted golden apple. That is a good name. That is a good name. That one is full chain armor and some other stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's not. Does it take the armor too? Does it take the armor and stuff? That way it's not like, you know, super overpowered. Yeah, because it's repeatable. I figured it would. I just wanted to double check with you before I made an assumption. It has to be on enchanted and full durability. Okay, so it'll definitely be worth it. I think. I actually have a whole lot of chain armor, so I mean I could do that. I could do that. I don't think I'm gonna listen to the song on stream just because I don't really know the contents of it, and I know you said it's clean and all that. But at the same time, I don't want to. I've done it in the past, right? I've asked somebody and then they are like, "Oh yeah, it is," and then it's not. I swear on my mother. I don't know if your mother means much to you. I'm gonna be honest. You know. I don't know about your father either. You know, it's just I don't know enough about the artist. I don't know enough about the song, so I can't really make an informed decision. And so I don't. One, I did find something that said in a random form somewhere where he said yes, you can use it, but it didn't say it wouldn't give you a copyright claim. It just said that he's okay. He would love it if you used it, which doesn't really give you express permission to make it with commercial content, which is kind of what my stuff falls under. And then also, the other thing of I just don't know the song yet, so I'd have to listen to it first before I could. Okay. Let's see. Are you going to say suckage again? I mean, I can say suckage if you want me to. But you brought this upon yourself, man. I kind of forgot about suckage. But I guess suckage never forgot about us. So the real question is, are we gonna be saying suckage? Because if you guys want to, I don't mind. I think it's a fun word to say. You guys should say suckage too. How on a scale of 1 to 10, how you know how suckage was today? No more suckage. What do you mean no more suckage? Was today a suckage day for you? You know? If it was, I'm sorry, but you know, suckage never did anything wrong. You say it so weird. Well, how else am I supposed to say suckage, you know? Yeah, I mean, there's only so many ways to say it. Be suckage. But then it just sounds kind of more French to me. And you all know how I feel about the French. So, I mean, that one's off the cards. Okay, bro, I gotta go. Alright, sounds good, Mr. Six. Thanks for popping in and hanging out. I appreciate it. You say I put so much suckage into it. Okay? What's wrong with suckage? The word itself means nothing wrong, you know? Got a wrestling match? Hey, let's go. Let's go. I'll check out the music after stream. Thank you, though. I do appreciate you sending it my way. Let's see. But yeah, I mean, suckage. It's just a word used to describe the amount that something can suck. You know? There's nothing inherently wrong about that. It can be used in the case of vacuum cleaners, or if to describe something, you know, to describe the amount that something sucks in terms of, you know, like, if you asked me how my day was going and I said, oh, you know, it sucks, you know, I can describe on a scale of 1 to 10 the suckage of it all. Yeah, but you put no context into it? I mean, am I putting no context into it, or are you just reading the wrong context at it? I feel like it's pretty contextual, you know? I've told you guys how I've been using the word, have I not? Bionics, how do you feel about suckage? Can you play it in the next stream? I'm not gonna make any promises. I don't even know if I like the song yet. I gotta listen to it first, man. It's very strong. Oh yeah, the suckage is strong. We're talking about vacuum cleaners here, if you guys couldn't tell. Unless he was just having a very strong and sucky day, which, if that's the case, You know, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Maybe you'll have it next day. I don't know. I love how TGM always joins the server around the time I start talking about suckage. Without fail, I say suckage and he's here, man. I dare you to say suckage in Alias's next stream. Okay, I'll do it. I will do it. I think I said it in her 50-hour stream while I was taking over. I said... I started talking to the chat about, you know, my day and stuff. I was like, oh, and I guess I talked about my new favorite word, suckage. They found it funny. The chat did, at least. But in Alias's next stream, bet I will talk about the suckage. Just say I used so much suckage. But I will do it. I will do it. Please shut your mouth. This has become a nuance. Did you just have like a really sucky day by chance, Memer? Because if so, I get it, but don't take it out on the suckage. 3 minutes, okay. You won't do it? Oh, I will. I will. Alright, 3 minutes of bad time, sponsored by Memer. Boom. Okay. So now I can talk about all the suckage I want, and only the subs can hear it. So, I don't know what you were expecting out of that, Memer. I can't say that. But yes, my favorite word, suckage. Why do you not like it? I don't know. I messed up the spelling. Did you perhaps mean nuisance? Don't you say suckage while I'm getting ads? I read ads wrong initially and I was confused. All I can say is I am saying suckage and there's nothing anyone can stop about it. You know? It's a good word. It's a good word. The suckage is strong. Yep, in space, oxygen gets all the strong sucking. This is true. Hey King, have you seen my house that I started building on stream? I think I saw part of it. You got copper. I don't think I do. I don't think I do. But I can take a look here in a minute. I have 8 ads. That's a bummer for you, man. You're gonna miss all the suckage. Imagine missing the suckage because of ads. That's pretty sad life. And if you don't want to be involved in that sad life and you have Amazon Prime, you should consider using your Twitch Prime sub on me. You get 1 free every month, and I would appreciate it. You will never miss a suckage in your life. You should come over, come look. I've gotten a good bit more built. Sure. Let's go check it out. So when you're getting teleported, is it... Are you getting sucked up, or is it, like, a true teleport? Like, I don't know, man. Oh! Okay, I'm liking this. This is good. This is good. If this was on the suckage rating chart, it would be a 0, man. This don't suck. This is good. This is solid. Looks great. My ads are finally done. Well, you missed quite a lot of suckage happening. But, you know, it's okay. It's okay. It happens. There's no shame in missing the sucking. What the suckage. Ah, the sucking pause. Pause what? There's nothing to pause here. Because sucking is just another term to describe how much something. It's the active amount of. It's the active form of suck. So, you know, if something sucks, how much is it sucking? You know, it's a verb. There's nothing wrong with it. Like imagine with me you're using a vacuum cleaner, right? What is it doing? It is actively sucking. Oh man. Do you have any extra trapdoors? I'm trying to get a king head. I got 2. Let's go. I don't know how he feels about those. Do you have any sharpness books? I might. I'll look. King win auction. I don't know when the next auction is. It could be. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. It's been a minute since we've had to catch anybody, so it's probably gonna have to be player funded. But we can still do it. It's just we gotta have enough items in there. They weren't in the shop. I'll check to see if I have any at my home. Give me 1 second. You said you missed the sucking. My question is, what were you sucking? I wasn't sucking anything. So you missed the suckage, and it's okay to miss the suckage, but there's no shame in missing the sucking. If you're missing the sucking, you actually have pretty well lucked out, because most of the time when you're sucking, it is gross. That's why you use a vacuum cleaner to suck things, because you don't want to touch it. What? What, Bionics? What did I say that was wrong? Huh? I am actively missing what I said that was wrong here. I am just talking about a simple vacuum cleaner function, and you're over here acting like something is like amiss. Like, come on, man. I hold you all to higher standards than this. I changed my mind. I don't want to be in stream stage, but usually sucking gets messy or something like that is what you said. Yeah, and have you ever used a vacuum cleaner? I mean, you don't. The reason you're using the vacuum cleaner is you don't want to use your hands. I mean, if you do use your hands, that's all on you, man. I don't judge. I don't judge, but okay, maybe I do judge, but hi Anna. Um but you know, there's nothing wrong with the word sucking, right? It's just a word. You know what? Let's buy a couple and then I'll put one in the shop. Yeah, we can actually put a couple in the shop. Nice. No. I don't know why anyone would ignore Anna. It's kind of messed up. Your stream announcement said auction tonight. Did it? Because if it did, it wasn't supposed to. It must have been Twitch not updating. Because I'm pretty sure it was, and I quote, "Woo, King SMP time." Pretty sure that's what it was. But if it didn't update to it, then yeah, it would be it would probably say auction time. We demand the auction or gambling. See, gambling is fun. There's no auction items though. Like there is physically no way we could run an auction. Unless all of you guys have a lot of generous donations that you would like to throw away. But I'm gonna just say it's unlikely to happen today. And we need gambling. I would do the gambling, but I don't know if we have a group that would do it. If we do, then maybe we might be able to, but it takes somebody to run it. So either Unreal or Bionics. And so that just depends on that, and then it depends on if we can get enough people to play. And then also at the same time, it just matters on if I want to do it. Theo's banned from Stat Poker. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, if you guys want an entertaining stream, gambling is only fun when you're into it. Otherwise, I sound about as the most unenthused person in the world, and I can't fake it. I can't fake it. King, are we allowed to get Bedrock? Like the actual item? Do everyone on Discord and ask? I don't want to ping 200 people. I know Unreal gets bloodthirsty with the pings. I have been actively trying to make sure that we make wise decisions with when we use those pings. And any ping from here on out that is at everyone is either approved by me or Unreal went AWOL and did it by himself. But he doesn't seem to understand people not liking it. Because I do notice when we do it at everyone, the next 3 days or so, there's slowly a wave of people that start leaving as they're checking the pings. Recently, we've been having a lot of people leave the Discord. So if you're talking about like obtaining Bedrock and in like survival, there's a machine that allows you to do it. I haven't talked with Unreal about how we feel about it, because in some aspects it's similar to certain things that we do allow, and other aspects it's completely different. So we got to kind of look at all the facts and decide. The big thing would be, would people abuse it? And the question is probably yes. Would I get banned if I get Bedrock for no reason? I don't know. I don't know. That's the answer, truly, is I don't know. I would not be willing to make a promise on any of that, like as a flex. I need to do /back. Where's TGM at? He's around here somewhere, I'm sure. I just gotta find him. Oh, there he is. Hello. Oh. I'm right behind you. Boom. Oh, he's lagging. Right here. Right here. Right here. Boom. Let's go. Oh, thank you. Okay. /back and then /spawn. And we'll go over to the shopping area and I will throw in a couple more books. Bro got banned for leaving. King, I would like to flex on your player base with Bedrock. If I obtain it right this second, would you ban me? I would say, let me first check the rules. No griefing, no stealing, no ban evading, no hacking or x-ray, no exploiting or abusing glitches. So it might fall under 5. So no exploiting of any plugins, alt accounts after a month of inactivity. I would say, generally speaking, maybe don't until I talk with Unreal. If you were to obtain it right this second in the name of flexing on players, I don't know what would happen, but I can't guarantee anything. King, I may have thought about the hardest quest yet. I'm making it. I'm intrigued to know more about it. King, would you let me get Bedrock? I feel like I've already answered that question. Oh. Wrong person. Let's see. I'm gonna use this. Do we have a hint to what the quest is? I would like to know. Had a stroke. You know, it happens. It happens. If I were to ever get Bedrock, I would donate it to the museum. Well, that's the thing. I think they're patching the Bedrock breaking glitch. Where you can collect the item. So it does need to happen soon if we're gonna allow it. But I would just wait until the weekend. I would just wait until the weekend when we're actually able to discuss it with everybody, because the server won't update until all the plugins are ready, and that can take a week or 2, sometimes 3. So it'll be when it'll be. Well. Okay. What was I doing? Does anyone remember? I don't. Can't have first to obtain Bedrock with Redstone or Unreal will ban me. What? Can't have first to obtain bedrock with redstone or unreal Bammy. King, I keep crashing. Stroke. Yeah, I can tell the stroke is happening. It's concerning. Also, I see this random block here. I'm gonna see if I can get it. No. As for you keeping on crashing, what are you doing? And why are you crashing? I mean the museum. What? Can't have first to obtain bedrock with redstone or unreal Bammy. I don't even know what word we're replacing in there with the museum, but um, it's fine. Also, I have a ton of DM requests. What the heck? Oh. Oh. Hang on. Hang on. We got something interesting here. Okay. Um, I can't really talk about that. Not yet. Um, and then a GFX artist. I'm good. Okay. There's something interesting. I'm not allowed to talk about it just yet because I don't know the details of everything. But it's interesting. It is very interesting. Um, I give you a minute. I can't have my name in the museum for first to get bedrock. Yes, most likely, unless before, unless we decide that you can get it, because then if you can, then you can be the first. I guess I don't know. Death threat? Not this time. Not this time. Death threats typically happen on Fridays. King, how can I get to the end portal? Slash works. I tried, but it didn't work. Did it just not pop up the menu, or what exactly happened? Hmm. How have I already been live for 4 hours? I got it. Thanks, guys. No problem, man. Today's just gone by quickly. I've been up and out and then up and then out and then up again since I didn't really sleep well the night before that either. Maybe Friday is about the last time I really got a lot of sleep. Otherwise, I've just been kind of like getting power naps here and there. I've been like sleeping for 17 minutes, wake up, do something, 17 minutes, wake up, sleep, do something, off, on, off, and on. It's actually kind of awesome because I do have a weird amount of energy, but also there's those moments where like I can't control that. That's the amount of sleep I get. But when I wake up, I feel full of just so much energy. And it's stupid. It's so stupid. But um I think we're fine. But you know, there's a lot to be concerned about. There's a lot to not be concerned about. I'm hoping more so for the not concerned about, though. Give me 1 second, please. Just give me 1 second. Okay. All right. I think we're good now. Just have to mute a couple of tabs. Okay. What are we doing here? What are you guys up to? No problem. Okay, awesome. Okay, so what if let's go work on the mountain, see if we can finish up what we're currently on, and you know, it should be okay. Home village. Okay. So those mountains actually do look awesome. This angle right here, it has the one in the distance, right there, and it has this peak and this peak and this peak. They're very nice. So I don't know what I'm doing exactly yet. But I think, see, so Wednesday is when 1.20 releases. Depending on how busy I am, that there may not be a stream that day. I don't know. We'll see. I may actually just do that stream as a recording session with you guys, and just we're gonna pump out content because I've got a lot of videos to record. So Wednesday might be a good day for that as well. I don't know. 1.20 comes out Wednesday? Yes. Yes, it does. It's scary how close it is. I have done minimal writing for a Minecraft parody to come out eventually. I've got like a couple of songs that I've picked out that I like. And then I gave ChatGPT some basic instructions to kind of figure out maybe it could help me rewrite it. Most of the songs it tried to do, it ruined because it couldn't figure out the lyrics. Like it couldn't remember "Smells Like Teen Spirit" by Nirvana. It could do it could remember the first 5 words, and then at which point it shut down. It could not finish the rest of the song, and so it couldn't write an accurate parody, unfortunately. Oh shoot. And I'm thinking about it. If you guys are Bedrock players, eesh, that could mess up some things. Okay, if you guys are Bedrock players, beware. 1.20 might break the server. Because we won't have Geyser. Probably not for another. Well, it might be broken for the first half of the day. That's kind of how most of the time when when Minecraft updates, Bedrock Edition tends to just break. It should be okay. It should be okay. If it isn't, I don't know. We can just not update Minecraft. I mean, you could, but inevitably some people are going to, and that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, if you guys don't update it, it should be okay for the first half of the day. And then as soon as there's a geyser update, I'm going to try to update it. We'll see if it works or not. Oh. Are we good now? Okay, I think we're okay. But yeah, I mean, as long as you guys don't update it immediately, it should be okay. That actually looks really good. I really like how this looks. Hmm. There's this website, for streamers and, well, not just streamers, but yeah, it's a good site for streamers, and creators. But, um, the other creators that use it are a little bit questionable. But there's this website called, throne.com or something like that. And so it's a, service that allows viewers to buy things for streamers. Um, I've been told I need to set one up. However, I'm not too sure I am going to set it up. The only reason I mention it is it's one of those things. I have a hard time being decisive, and I'm not that decisive in this one. Checks special quest. It's the portal frame. Okay. Special quest. It's the portal frame. I combine totem and custom item categories. Oh, okay. Bring a strider to the end and kill it. Betrayal. It gives you the master's katana. Oh boy. Oh boy. That is a good one. And it is very difficult. Where even is the end portal? So the end portal, your best bet to get to it is /warp. Or /warps, I'm sorry. And then press stronghold. However, if you're trying to get a strider to the end, you're probably going to have to use a different end portal, right? See why I said it's the hardest? I don't know. Let me go see this stronghold really fast. I gotta get one more tonight. Yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell, well, I guess you could take it from here. So as long as you get it through this portal, it's okay. So you've got to get a strider up top through this portal. And then after you get it through the portal, you need to get it into this, and then you kill it. That is a process. It's not like we can make in portals. Yeah, I mean, as long as you can get it up to that end or to the nether portal, it should be okay. I mean, you don't have to do it. You don't have to. But if you want the sword, you will. Unless you can get somebody to start farming them up in the end. And then you might be able to pay them off a little bit. Alright, what do you want? Master's Katana. A swift blade used to launch many attacks on enemy equally. Fire aspect 1, mending, sharpness 7, and unbreaking 3. It's a pretty good sword. Gotta fix the text. It's okay. Test it on me, I'm at spawn. I don't really know if I'm supposed to be using it at all. Text fixed. Oh. A swift hit blade used to launch many attacks on an enemy quickly. Yeah. I like it. It's a good sword. Okay. Unreal, if you're wanting to test it, you can test it on Sam. There we go. Yo, anyone dealing Strider spawn eggs? Yeah, totally. Sorry about that. Emails. Okay. I think I have enough time for another peek. I don't know about you guys. I just need to get the peaks done. I need them. And then my life will be so much easier. Because I don't know what I'll do again. Okay. How far away is it from this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay. Um, it should be okay. Okay. Oops. Alright, almost done here. I just want to get up to this little section so I know what I'm doing on Friday. Okay, how does that look? It looks like it should be okay. Hopefully. I don't know. I feel like I need to add something more to it, but I just don't know what. And I wish I could figure it out, but I don't know. I don't know. Okay, what I need to do then is what can I do to prepare for 1.20 on the server? What can I do? What are any of the features that I'm gonna want to use? I mean, like, yeah, bamboo is good, but um, outside of that, I mean, I'm gonna use hanging signs, but that's just wood. I mean, pretty much have everything I need for 1.20. I doubt it. But do you have any good reward ideas for collect all vanilla mob heads? I feel like that would be pretty difficult to do. Um, so I think you need to get something worthwhile, but I don't even know what it would be. Sniffer, they get plants, so you need sniffer. So then I need to wait 1.20 still. Unfortunately, that's just where we're at now. How do you even get mob heads? So we have a plugin or a data pack that gives us access to the player heads, and it'll drop a mob head on the server for you to get whenever you kill certain mobs. It's a pretty neat plugin or data pack. I'm sorry, but I wish they would just incorporate it into the base game. There we go. Okay. I'm just running around in circles doing nothing, aren't I? I sure am. Hmm. You know what? I'm gonna do the responsible thing. I'm gonna end stream early, and I'm gonna work on my deadlines, I think. First step on the path to rehab is admitting you have a problem. No, good job. Well, you see, I have deadlines. I remember the Parkinson's law. I mean, it all comes full circle. I mean, it means I might be able to get 2 videos done tonight, and they could be even better than, you know, than before. Come to end. Okay. Let's do that. Oh, you're tricky, you know. It glitched. Oh, is it because I walked in while it was playing? Maybe. No, I glitched it. Oh, this is weird. For a second, I thought Dragon was coming back. Well, it was, and then it just now it isn't. Don't touch. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I thought about hitting the crystal, but that probably wouldn't go well, right? Help kill a dragon. I don't think I'll need. I don't think we'll need any help. I probably won't be around for the actual killing portion. No killing. Are we kidnapping the dragon by chance? Or are we kidnapping the crystal? Hmm. I don't know what it was supposed to do, but I don't think it was supposed to do that. I pushed the piston and boom. I don't know, man. What was it supposed to do? It's supposed to push the crystal. I'll have to check the paper config. It may be blocking it from happening. It did that with some other features that we actually use, like infinite zombie villager trading and stuff, bedrock breaking. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Well, very neat. Very neat. Thank you for showing me the that. Okay. We are gonna end stream though. Even though it's early, I know. I'll probably end up doing another thing, trying to get Bedrock and Glitch patched, I think. It very well might be. I'll check the paper config after stream. And just to be sure that it's not in there. Anyway. We're gonna be responsible and end stream early. I know, it's... Being an adult, no fun. Good night, Bionics. Thanks for hanging out. Okay. So, please do consider joining in the raid, though, because you guys will get free channel points. You know? Pretty awesome, right? Right? But I desperately need, like... What do I need? I don't remember what I need. Why am I ending? I don't know. You're not? I don't remember. I had a reason. Said you would get on the ground. I said, what? Howdy. No reason? I can't help but feel like I would have had a reason, but I can't remember the reason, which is concerning. That is very concerning. Oh no. Well, I don't want to end stream if I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. I take it back. We're not ending stream. I don't. Do you want your gas head back? Distraction. You guys are good at this. I don't know why my dementia is affecting me as a person today, but you guys know how to aggravate the dementia. So GG. You said you wanted to edit? That doesn't sound like something I wanted to do though. Like, typically I have a reason for like ending the stream because the stream is like the biggest thing to me. Like, that's the big priority. But why would I not keep doing the big priority? Unless I was just really... You said you have deadlines? Oh, I do have deadlines, but that was for... I originally set my deadline for, to start at 12:30 a.m. when I would typically end stream. So I would have just been giving myself more time, but I don't really need more time, right? I don't know. I don't know why I was trying to end so early. I'm concerned. Did I just read the clock wrong, maybe? I don't know. Somebody, Somebody saved me, honestly. That's concerning. That's so weird. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't even remember, like, the last couple of minutes. Like, I remember going to the end. I don't really remember what I was saying before that. Like, this is concerning. Narcolepsy, am I right? I mean, that is a symptom of it. You kind of, like, do a fake sleep thing where you're asleep, but you're not really asleep because your brain doesn't know how to sleep. And so what happens is, like, what happens is kind of like, you know, your brain, it it's still awake even though it's kind of asleep. So it's kind of like you're in REM, because your brain skips the first sleep cycle stage and it goes straight to the REM, rapid eye movement, and so that's the stage you dream. Did I fall asleep? Did I? I mean, I don't. I don't know. I'm awake. Like, I think. You said you wanted to do 2 videos because you felt like being responsible. That does sound like a thing I would say. But I don't remember. If you don't remember, you may have been in a sleep state that you could still think but not actually remember. I mean, generally speaking, that is pretty much Wake Up King. No. No, not this. Yeah, I mean, that does tend to happen to me, like, even with, like, dreams and stuff. Like, I can do the lucid dreaming thing fairly often if I'm awake enough. But you know, you have to be awake enough, and that's the hard thing. And so that may have been what I was doing. I was just lucid dreaming and speaking to you all. I didn't, like, anyone think of anything yet? Dude, I'm too busy trying to figure out what's going on with me. I don't understand. Like, now you're lucid dreaming. Stop. That's so mean. I'm not dreaming, I'm awake. Can just end the stream and make 2 videos. But I only need to make 1. I only need to make 1 tonight, and then I can make 2 tomorrow. I might even try to make 3 tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. I think tomorrow I want to play Halo for stream. Halo 2 and maybe Halo 3, depending on how quickly we get through them. Don't fight it, King. Wake up. It's 10:34. You guys are so mean. Like, you said you could make 2 today because you felt good right now. I mean, I do feel good, but I don't know why I would do that when I could be doing a really good stream, you know? I'm so confused. See ya, TGM. What is wrong with me? Your alarm is going off. You're so mean. You're so mean. Is anybody in chat, like, gonna tell me 100% what's happening? Because I don't understand. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the VOD. Like, I'm at a loss. To be honest, I don't know either. Well, maybe you'll wake up if stream ends. I'm awake. I'm awake. I don't know what you guys are talking. King, your door just opened. Wake up. I already did. Like, King, I don't believe it. Okay. Hang on. Hang on. Did anybody else hear the clicking? Am I... No. Oh, no. Am I going insane? Beep. You're hearing that because you're asleep. It's your alarm. King, go to sleep. You guys are mean. You guys are so mean. Okay, hang on. Give me a second. Let me cook. So, King, turn off stream and sleep. I don't need sleep. I need answers right now. Auditory. Auditory hallucinations. Okay? According to Cleveland Clinic, auditory hallucinations. What are auditory hallucinations? It happens when you hear voices or noises that aren't there. They may seem real to you, but are not. A person may perceive auditory hallucinations as coming through their ears. I heard it in my right ear. But there's nothing in my room other than me. Your brain wants sleep. Or your brain's saying, wake up, it's now 10:53, we aren't voices. That's your phone. My phone is right here. I can read time. I can read text. I know I'm awake. Auditory hallucinations are often associated with schizophrenia and other mental health conditions, but they can happen for several other reasons, such as hearing loss, and aren't always a sign of mental health condition. Okay, so maybe I just have hearing loss. Although it doesn't make sense that I would be hearing things when I don't know, drink water. Believe us, y'all mean. I don't understand what's going on. I don't understand. Auditory hallucinations. Okay. Auditory hallucinations, hearing sounds or noises. Because I heard a weird click. It was weird. Auditory hallucinations can take the form of hearing sounds or noises, such as music, animal calls, nature sounds, or background noises. Okay, background noise. They may seem like they're coming from anywhere in the space around you or in your mind. The noise volume may vary from very quiet to very loud. It was a medium, and it was in my right ear. And I checked. My browsers are all muted. So I don't know where the click came from. I don't understand. Possible causes. So, okay, hang on. This might make sense, okay? So, possible causes of auditory hallucinations. So, we don't know the exact mechanism in your brain that causes the auditory hallucinations, but the few theories are spontaneous activation of the auditory network in your brain, which consists of the left superior temporal gyrus, transverse temporal gyri, gyri, maybe? I don't know if it's a G or a G. That doesn't make sense. And the left temporal lobe. An imbalance of dopamine and serotonin, which are neurotransmitters. Maybe that's what it is. Because the serotonin would be from the fact that I need sleep, right? and then the dopamine is from streaming, and the imbalance is causing. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And I doubt it's schizophrenia. It would be bad if it's schizophrenia because nobody would believe me. You want to know why nobody would believe me? Because I just watched a TV show about a schizophrenic superhero. It would just sound bad, you know. I'm just gonna keep building my mountain. I'm awake. I'm awake, guys. And if I'm not, I owe you an apology, but you have hecking sleep deprivation. I don't. I'm awake. I know what's going on. It's just I don't know why it's going on, okay? Sometimes things happen and you just don't understand it. That's okay. But what you do need to know is I'm okay. You're okay. And that means all of us will be okay. Go to sleep in your dream to wake up. I'm not asleep. You guys are mean. I'm just trying to do what's right. I'm just trying to do what's right. Okay, I'm just gonna finish up this section at least. And then after that, we'll see. I know. King, you like my section? Let me spectator mode it. Hey, that's looking pretty good. I do like that. Let's do this. It's the crappiest lie I've ever heard. Are you talking to Kirby or to me? What did I say? What did I say? He needs to wake up. I am awake. I don't know if I can. I already got started. Kirby, okay. Let me go ahead and come over here just so we can make it a peak. So it'd be like this. There we go. Okay, and then this one also needs a peak. Should be like this. Thanks. Okay. I've had it my fun. Okay. Cut off your limbs and turn yourself into a living vegetable. Is that a coma joke? Are you suggesting I'm in a coma? Because if so, that would be funny. That would be funny. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's fine. I'm talking to Kirby. Okay. And then, this peak point needs to have a peak point. Some of these lines are just so harsh. But it'll be fine. I'll go through and smooth it out. Why would you dream about us? I've had dreams about streams before. It's not uncommon, like... I don't know about any of my content creator friends, but I can say for me, I dream a lot about this, because it's just what I like to do. I love to stream. Because we cool. finish off these little peaks, and then does Unreal annoy you a lot more in your dreams? He actually annoys me a little bit less. See, my dreams are a wish my heart makes, and he's actually a really nice guy in my dreams, believe it or not. No, I'm mostly kidding. He's good in real life too. But dream him, yeah, he's cool. Let's check it out here. Okay. 99th quest is done. It's a kill quest. All right, let's check it out. Isolager's Revenge. Kill 20 glow squids to get 320 blue ice. That is a good quest right there. Thank you for making that about the Isolager as well, because if you chose the Moo Bloom, I would have been mad. I think I would have been mad. All right, I think that's this little section done. See, we're like an argument between him and his subconscious telling him to wake up. So I am in a coma. No, I know what's real right now, I think. This is looking good. Thank you for your help, Bionics. I appreciate it. What I will say though, like the voices in his head. Okay, so now we're back to schizophrenia. Okay. Hi. I don't understand. I don't understand, but you know what? I don't need to. Why is my ping 400, bruh? Get DDoS, nerd. Good job on all the quests, though, Unreal. I appreciate it. It's gonna give us a really sick advertising point whenever I get around to making the second King SMP trailer. We can talk about how there's over 100 quests, you know? I'll make a YouTube short for it. Hey, let's go. One's good, the other's bad. Please, DDoS King needs help. I'm about to end stream, guys. I'm about to end stream. We set out for the goal of doing some work here, and we made it up to the village. Like, that's actually really good progress. Considering I'm pretty sure before that, let's see, it was before the Shulkers. We were way back here, I believe. This is kind of where we were before we ended stream last time. So we made some pretty decent progress. That's about, what, 40, 50 blocks, I think. Where your schizophrenia friends, liar. You guys are too much sometimes, you know. DM me if you need any help in the future, King. I'm willing to help. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. How can I lie when we are both him? I don't want to take over. I appreciate that as well. Okay. You guys are something else. See, if I'm gonna get schizophrenia, I want the one where, like, I don't think the personalities are me. I think they're other people. Like, that's kind of what I'd prefer, personally. I'm talking about him going to sleep. He's just dreaming in his 3-year-old coma. Gosh. Okay. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and end stream now. And I'm being gaslit, I think. See, the only thing I have from the schizophrenia list is the delusion. Or, no, hallucination. Delusion is false belief. I don't think I have any of those. I just have the hallucinations. Other than that, my speech and behavior makes sense. My reasoning and problem solving makes sense. My restricted range of emotion isn't real. My occupational and social dysfunction are fine. I don't have those. So I believe I'm okay. And I think we should just end my stream, right? Why is butt held for swearing? Yes, but his brain is telling him to wake his lazy butt up. Ah, lovely. Lovely. By going to bed. Just wake up, King. Knock yourself out. It was really bad. I'm gonna ramble for a minute here. So on, let's see, when did I say that it happened? I had a spider bite at one point. It was like a couple days ago, and I could not sleep. It was such a bad thing. Like, it was just large enough and in the right position that it caused problems for me sleeping. And I still have it, but it's not as bad. It's shrinking. And no, I did not get any spider powers, and no, this is not where the schizophrenia came from. I had it long before. Yeah, it wasn't a bad spider bite. You are not about to say you're Spider-Man. Yeah, I'm not Spider-Man. I'm not. Break your neck at a weird angle. Weren't you gonna end? I was gonna end a while ago, yes, but now I'm gonna end for real. I made 8 quests today. Nice, let's go. Let's go. Good job, Unreal. Thank you for all your help. I appreciate it. Can't fight your schizophrenia, King. Try me. Try climbing the wall. I did. Actually, I didn't, but I know I don't have spider sense, so I got whacked today by a stick from my brother. It was a big stick, and he wasn't watching, and it was a bummer. So yeah. I think this is where we're calling it a day. Tomorrow I think we're gonna play some Halo. We may get it all done today or tomorrow. I'm sorry. We may get all of the Halo stuff done tomorrow, depending on how long it takes. I don't know how long the games are. So yeah. Don't you dare. Okay, I think I'm done screwing with him. Or am I? Good night, King. Can't wait for more quests. GG Unreal. Spider Memory, you got Spider Memory. YouTube short. Who are we rating? Wake up, King. Just lay down and wake up. I'm not going to bed. I have a lot of work to do tonight. I might still be able to get 2 videos done if I do deadlines and, all that stuff. As for who we are rating, let's see. I might have a guy. We'll see. Give me some time to think. Then you'll be stuck in a coma for 3 more years. I'm cool with that. I'm having a good time. I'm having a great time right now. There's a brand new Minecraft streamer that I was recommended. He's got 4 followers. His name is Joey. And I think it would be really cool if we said hi. So that's who we'll raid. TGM recommended this person, so I feel like it's a safe bet. TGM kind of knows some people, so let's go see him. Aloyas is not live right now. Do it, raid now. Do it. All right. Good night, guys. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a lot of fun. I will see you all tomorrow. Hopefully, I'm gonna be playing some Halo. I know it's not Minecraft, but it shouldn't be as hard as the last time we played Halo. So that's something. Then there's also gonna be on Wednesday possible video recording session. Thursday, I don't know. Maybe Doom. Maybe Halo. Maybe Valheim. I'm gonna go as far to say it could even be Valheim, but I'm still recovering from my depression in that game. Anyway, good night, guys. I'm getting distracted. I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you. Good night.